Chess.com strongly condemns Russia's invasion and war against Ukraine. Ukraine is a great nation, a great chess nation, and we are daily saddened by the senseless suffering inflicted upon Ukrainians by the Russian government and its military. After careful consideration, with input from across our community and our leadership team, we are electing to keep our servers and events open to Russian players. We believe that isolation of ordinary Russian citizens only makes it easier for autocracy and propaganda to rule in Russia. However, we cannot support symbols and speech representing Russia and its war in Ukraine. For this reason, on our server and in all of our events going forward, including the one you are about to watch, Chess.com will no longer be displaying the Russian flag for any players. Additionally, we are replacing the Russian flag across our entire website with a new neutral blue flag that links directly to our policy on the war. We are electing to use our platform to communicate truth and provide information on how to support Ukraine rather than isolate Russian citizens further. For more information on our position, our actions, and ways you can support Ukraine, type the command Ukraine in chat or visit the link directly shared by one of our moderators right now. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
We have Wesley playing Grischuk here on board 4, both of them with 2 out of 3. A pretty big game that has... Oh, he blundered the rook!
What? That must have been a mouse slip.
Jostam is one of the most underrated speedsters you'll meet, and he is incredibly fast. He's not going to lose this game, and he's actually playing for a win now. Wesley is just not experienced in these time scrambles, and he's got to be very careful not to lose this. Oh, and he lost it! What did I just say?
Gosh.
Oh my god, he has to trade rooks into a lost pawn endgame. Wesley should have taken the draw.
Now we got to make sure we keep the knight f5, knight g7, but then you've got the 50 move rule.
When is it? No, but I feel like you have like 20 moves left. So
Exactly.
He needs to be efficient, but he's got mate in 11.
Mate in 11, he say.
96.
Whoa. Bravo.
Wow.
Vladimir, bravo. Well, there's a lot of pawns. It should actually be easy to play for black, right? Because what do you do when you have a lot of pawns?
He's gonna get mated.
You got to push him, baby.
4.
How come that pawn isn't on 8? Ooh.
Mate, rook d3.
Oh, he saw it.
He saw
the mate.
Unbelievable. How does he do it again and again and again? He won again. Bishop d7, bishop d7. The engine likes d takes e5 after bishop d, which I did personally is a surprise, but Hikaru plays it instantly.
Wow.
When Hikaru is looking in the air, you know something's coming, and he doesn't even need to push a5. Look at that. He doesn't even need to push this pawn. It's the threat of it that's keeping White's king at bay, and I think Levana's going to resign right here and right now.
Wow. Wow.
And he does. What a game. Are you excited to show that the older generation still has some miles left in the tank?
Well, you know, it's funny. Actually, wait, as I think about the candidates, am I the oldest player in the field? I didn't think about it until now.
Now Don's on Hikaru. It's like,
I actually am, right? I never thought about that until now. Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Welcome, everyone, to a Rapid Chess Championship Sunday on this Easter Sunday. Happy Easter to you, Danya. What are your plans after this show here?
Happy Easter to you, Danny. Well, my plans: Blitz. Let's see, Blitz, Bullet. Let's not forget Bullet, food. And then, did I mention Blitz?
Yeah, you did. No, that was great. So you got a special Easter stream coming up?
That it's possible. I haven't fully decided it, but if you behave during this commentary, I might relent and do one.
Well, then that means we're definitely not getting a show later, because I have zero plans to behave, zero plans to do anything but have a great time with you. But seriously, we have 8 incredible players coming up, which means 4 incredible matchups as you take a look at the bracket before you. Everything that went down yesterday. If you missed that show, shame on you. Or I hope you had a great Saturday, either one, whichever you're into. But that set the tone for what we're about to see. Of course, we start things off as usual. Usually the top seed goes first. So we have Hikaru Nakamura and Jeffrey Zhang playing in just a few minutes, Danya. Your thoughts on that matchup, and let's just frame it how it needs to be framed. What does Jeffrey need to do to pull an upset and send the perennial favorite home?
Well, first of all, let me mention that yes, number 1 is playing number 8, but this is totally unlike the Suns against the Pelicans. Jeffrey Zhang cannot be compared to the New Orleans Pelicans. He is a beast. And what do you have to do to beat Hikaru? If only I knew, if only I had the keys to the kingdom. He has to get off to a good start in the opening. What you cannot do is give Hikaru his type of game, especially when you have the black pieces. So Jeffrey, he's got to show great preparation. He's got to drag Hikaru into an unbalanced position, and he's got to be fast.
Well said. And by the way, I appreciate the reference to my Suns, which throw down later tonight on TNT. So a free shout out for the NBA. I'll be watching that game a little bit later. I think this year the Suns right the ship and make up for the absolute wrong that was last year's finals. Oh man, okay, this is not an NBA show. But I'm with you. I think Jeffrey has to play fast and confident, and I think he has to be willing to go as deep as possible into his prep to try to catch Hikaru in anything that might make him uncomfortable. Let's remind everybody that we have an entire event, of course, after that matchup between Nakamura and Zhang. What is the format for the knockout on Sunday? How does this all work? We're gonna bring that up right now. Of course, we have 8 players. As you know, it is a single elimination bracket, but now with a 10-2 time control, changes the game a little bit in regards to the quality. If there are tie breaks needed, at least the first round of it will be 3-2 blitz, followed by bullet, and eventually we could have Armageddon if things stay that way. A lot of money on the line. Even just for showing up on this Sunday, they get $1,000 as a reward. So not too bad if your day ends in an hour. All right, well, not too bad. But $7,500 is a pretty nice amount of cash for a 4-hour event. But really, they're here for the Grand Prix points, right? You can keep the money and your mojo, Dr. Evil, and I'll get your baby.
Well, somebody's got to catch up to the 2 in the stratosphere, Caruana and Nakamura. They are, they're like, I don't know what to compare them to. They're like a runaway train. And Aronian, obviously Jeffrey Zhang, you can see him there in 11th place. A strong performance today is going to rocket him up almost into the top 5. So there's a lot at stake as the RCC almost enters its halfway point. There's not that many weeks left all of a sudden.
Not too many weeks left. All of a sudden, these Grand Prix points are actually starting to count, of course. And a reminder that the overall season, 12 players will be qualifying their way in directly via the Grand Prix system that takes place over 25 weeks. 4 players will be invited via wildcard slots. We don't know who those are, but I think for different players on the bubbles, I mean, everyone always kind of knows when you invite a wildcard, Danya, who are we looking at, right? We're looking at the best players in the world, right? Magnus is going to get an invite. Others are going to get an invite, right? But some players on the bubble may not get an invite. So all those guys, like you said, really, really competing to stay within that top 8. They don't want to fall too low and lose a chance at $150,000 coming up in August. So exciting stuff. Speaking of dollars, Bitcoin is as good as money these days. Thank you, Yogi Berra. And you can go to Coin. you can get cash, Danya, which is as good as money.
Is it now?
It is. Cash is as good as money.
Okay.
Mo money, mo problems. Shout out to you, Biggie. # Tupac lives. Go to Coinbase.com/chess and get your free Bitcoin. Remember, you can learn and earn. And the app is actually really amazing. I admit that I only just got involved in kind of playing with their app and having some fun with some random, very, very small crypto investments myself this year when we started working with Coinbase. And their app is pretty good. And yeah, so I don't know if you use their app, Danya, but if you use a different app besides Coinbase, don't talk about it right now.
I do. And let me set the record straight. I made my Coinbase account before I knew what chess.com was, but it was before I did any commentary or had any skin in the game. So let me just make that very clear.
Here before crypto. Let that be known.
Okay. The record has been corrected.
No. All right. Well, we're going to set the record straight. Sorry, what?
We may now proceed.
We may now proceed. I'm going to take a sip. Is it coffee? Is it coconut water? All I know, it's from a Hikaru Bong Cloud mug. Don't go anywhere. The Rapid Chess Championship epic 8-player knockout on this Sunday starts when we return.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
We have liftoff. It's the RCC. Thanks for spending your Easter Sunday with me and Danya here. You look good in blue, buddy.
Thank you, Danny.
Yeah,
You're on a roll this weekend. You're making me feel welcome. I mean, this is such a welcome change from Grandmaster Hess.
Such a welcome change. So much better than commentating with that guy who, you can't spell chess without. Whatever.
Let's not talk about him. Let's think positive thoughts.
Yeah, let's talk
I don't want to
about,
bring the commentary down, such as Nakamura. If only we had a Hikaru Nakamura game we could watch. Oh, wait a minute. The games have begun.
The games have begun.
Buckle your seatbelts.
An interesting move order to get his sort of, patented Nimzo Larsen ready B3 system, starting with knight f3 on move 1 and then e3, only to fianchetto the bishop. And here comes the second one right behind it. It's just wild every time I see this stuff by Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, and just to, as my student told me this, I didn't know why people all of a sudden started playing e3. The point is that the immediate c4 allows this very nasty reverse Benoni with d4, and this is theory, of course, as well, but this is not Hikaru's style. So e3 actually avoids that, and this is Hikaru's spin on it. I mean, people don't usually double fianchetto here. Hikaru Nakamura isn't people.
he laughs in the face of danger in regards to the bishop on the long diagonal, which is obviously it's tactically safe. If it wasn't, the eval bar would be going crazy, but it optically just feels dangerous, especially when you think that you can't go back after you play G3. You're committing this bishop's new home, and if anything else happens in the center in regards to the light squares, whether it's a knight coming into the D file opening, tactically you got to feel a little nervous. But Hikaru, he's been here before, so he doesn't bat an eye to this stuff, because all that matters is being accurate, and he'll get the king out of the center in due time.
Yeah, bishop G2, and perhaps even on the next move. But Jeffrey, he is not. Okay, so knight C5, D4, knight E4. He's threatening bishop B4, but Hikaru will castle here. So the question is, was Jeffrey's knight maneuver worth the several tempi that he spent on it? And Danny, I mean, Hikaru might put his own knight on E5, and there's sort of lack of equivalency in these. You might say, well, the knights cancel each other out. Well, they don't really, because white has the possibility of going F3 and chasing a black's knight. Black has to move the F6 knight in order to play F6. That's a lot harder to do.
Yeah, and plus the other way you would naturally kind of challenge the center here as black, it would be something like C5, but doing so always comes at the risk of opening up that monster of a bishop over here on B2, right? Mm-hmm. So H5 has been played now. Wow, now that's
Jeffrey.
Fun.
Jeffrey tall.
I like it.
H5, and he is not mincing his words here, using the fact that he hasn't castled yet, and that's a frequently underestimated attacking concept. Is just keeping your king in the center so that your rook remains on H8, supporting a potential pawn storm, which is exactly what's happening.
Well, you mentioned this modern school of chess, right? You mentioned that you can no longer classify players by E4 and D4 as far as their personality types. Wesley playing very aggressive D4 openings. And then you mentioned 3H4 against any version of a fianchetto. This move H5 is sort of in a similar vein. In any version of a fianchetto, black is always considering the ultra aggressive H pawn advance. I mean, I don't know that it's the most principled thing to do here. I think partly because white has the E5 square you highlighted. It's so easy for white to dominate the center and make it hard for black to focus on a kingside attack. But it is spicy, at least. And from in a rapid game, when you're black against the guy named Hikaru Nakamura, you got to do something to bring the heat, right? And this.
Yeah, but he's already spent 2.5 minutes. He's definitely thinking about H4. And speaking of modern chess, I was reading English Grandmaster Matthew Sadler's excellent new book.
I thought you were going to say you were reading My System. Speaking of modern chess, like to make the meme.
Oh, My System is old and new. And that's way too, Danny, you still don't know me, dude. That's way too sophisticated for me.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
So Matthew Sadler is a very strong Grandmaster from England. He wrote a book on sort of the nature of computer chess in recent years. And he writes about all these concepts that computers have sort of brought to the table. And one of them is the sort of delayed attack, where you go H5, H4, you sacrifice the pawn, and then you leave the H file open for 15 moves. Whereas earlier, you would only sacrifice that pawn if you thought you could mate down the H file in the next 5 moves. Now, you just give away pawns and you keep long-term attacking chances. But Jeffrey has decided to switch his attention to the center. I don't like anything that he's doing right now at all. What if D5?
I was going to say, I thought that even D5 on the last move was probably possible for Hikaru, but he puts the rook on D1. Might as well.
No, but this looks terrible.
So yeah, I mean, and a big part of the problem is after you take on D5, white probably just puts a piece on E5, I think, first. Oh, no, you just take it, because if the knight takes, you move the knight anyway, and there's a pin.
I think you're spoiled for choice here. E4 is also possible. Black is nowhere near developed in Hikaru. You don't need to tell him twice. He's winning on move 14.
D5. Okay, so obviously we were trying to give the young man with the black pieces, he's in a tough spot, as we know, against Hikaru, giving him the benefit of the doubt with H5. But you sort of called BS on me in your tone and the way you responded to what I said, because you were like, you could already tell this is just. And I also, like, again, H5 is played against a lot of fianchetto systems, but it clearly didn't look right. And part of it is the other factors in the position. There was no pawn chain headed to the king side for black. There was no space advantage. There aren't even any open diagonals really to the king side. So everything about h5 just felt like a true shot in the dark, not something that had any other principles behind it.
Right. It's it's like when you want to shoot a basketball like Stephen Curry. So you don't learn. Instead, you buy all the equipment. You buy the best basketball. You sign up for a membership at a gym with a nice indoor court. You just forgot one detail, which is to actually master the shot. So h5, you can play it against Hikaru, but it's not going to work. So e4,
how many NBA references are these two chess players going to try to make on the show today? I mean, we're 2 in. We're 2 in right now.
Maybe we should
set the over under.
Okay. I mean, you set the over under. You brought this up.
Okay.
So
we'll throw it to chat too. Maybe like 7.5, right? Because you got to choose 7 or 8. E4 is just dominant, by the way. I mean, I know that the RCC is going to be a long day. So if you're just getting here, welcome in. And again, happy Easter for those celebrating across the world, Easter and Passover holidays, many of you tuning in. But we're going to have a long day, even if this game doesn't go well for Jeffrey. I feel like white is, as you said, spoiled for choice here.
But I mean, I think the simplest to go h3, 95. And now the very...
Dude, just do it. Play f4. Go for it.
Oh, no, I wanted to take
first. H4 at the end. Okay.
And now I want to
okay, then you do it. And then
I feel like
E5.
this isn't this is Hikaru style. E5, D6, and then A4, A5 is going to come. This pawn is just sag.
Yeah, this move order is more accurate than playing. If you play f4 without tempo, black can play h4 and try to undermine. But as long as you get what Danya showed there, which is f4 and e5, white is in complete control.
Hikaru with knife G5.
He's threatening f4 anyway. Yeah.
Even better because now he's attacking e6 on top of it. And Jeffrey would love to play h5, h6 right now. Wouldn't he?
Yep. Yeah, this is tough. He's also down 2 minutes on the clock. Hikaru is pondering. Was that Hikaru Nakamura number 11? I haven't seen that in that lighting in a while. You get Hikaru Nakamura in number 11 over the board a lot. Because it's, again, you're accessing a little bit of the part of the memory where he's trying to remember things, or he's thinking about a tactic that is not actually on the board. You're activating that part of your memory. It actually is neuroscience. I play one on Chess TV, neuroscientist.
Right, I mean,
but in that lighting, that was a rare sighting.
Right. I mean, I think I had against actually Shabalov in 2006, his championship, but I'm not sure. I think it was similar. I might have had against Shabalov, but it was similar.
Great impression. I didn't even think of it. It wasn't exactly
not my best.
It wasn't exactly that, but it was similar. But seriously, in terms of lighting, Hikaru has a way better lighting situation than Jeffrey. I feel like struggling to pick up. That's not the lighting he had when he was crushing commentary with Danya a couple of days ago.
Well, he doesn't want the spotlight on him right now, given the position he has.
For those worried about Jeffrey's lighting, don't worry. If he dives into the chess.com commentary world, we'll be hooking him up. We'll get him all pretty in due time. Don't you worry. You see the purple light behind Danya? We took care of that recently too. You look good in purple, by the way.
I thought you said I look good in blue.
Yeah, all of it.
So I also look good in, man, you're showering me with compliments.
Look at this though. I mean, this is a position that is really falling apart. F4 is coming. How do you stop it?
You don't. I mean, Queen E7 maybe, but okay, he takes on D5. That makes F4 even stronger. Yep. These pawns are literally just going to knock black off the board, run him out of the gym.
You can't play F6 because the knight comes into E6 with forking problems.
Yeah. H5 just, Jeffrey just, he tried to impose his will too early. And I feel like he didn't realize how much risk that move carried with it.
Yeah.
It just ruins the whole position because you can never castle kingside and you're just, you're in too deep after you play it. Man.
It's really awkward how bad the position got. And it shows you that even with our Alpha Zero evolution, right? I, for one, welcome our artificially intelligent overlords. Even with those advances and how they approach what you said about pushing the H-pawn, it does show that chess principles still live. It was a reckless move, one that was not justified with any other positional aspects in the position. And we always say, Attack in the direction of your pawn chain. That's where you naturally have space. I always like to say you swim with the river. Naturally put your pieces where they have space is where you're going to get your most organic and optimal tactics. H5 was a move that didn't control the center, wasn't justified on any other principled level, and now it just looks like a sore thumb and is actually making it easier for that knight on G5 to just sit pretty.
I like Jeffrey's last move, though, C4, especially if he follows it up with knight D3. I'm trying to figure out exactly what Hikaru's intention there was. He goes B5. We might see it anyway. I mean, now knight D3 doesn't even work because the C5 square is no longer protected by a pawn.
Yeah.
So here, I'm sure I could even take, and even just take. This bishop its days are numbered. Bishop D4 is coming. Queen takes B5.
I mean, so is everything else.
Here we go. Here's Johnny.
Here we go. Here comes D6. This is fun. I want to see D6. I want to see Queen F5 check even. You could even play Queen F5 check and take F7 just to like really show. Look at that, Danya. Queen F5, King B8, Queen takes F7. You're just getting the queens off the board and it's just over.
The mercy trade. And it's a fork. Oh my goodness. And Hikaru does exactly that. Queen F5 check. Very practical. Although, wait a minute. King B8, Queen takes F7. God, I don't even want to look at that position. It is on King B8 is on the board. Hikaru's double checking here. Knight takes F7 also looks rather appealing.
Rather?
I'd
rather you not use that tone when you.
I'd rather you not tell me what to do. Dang. I mean, it's so unprofessional. Infighting, during a broadcast. What have we?
The only thing unprofessional that's happened on the show so far is the absolute falsities being spread in chat that I use hair gel in my hair. For the record, my hair is completely light and fluffy. Danya, if you were here, I'd have you run your fingers through my hair. It naturally sticks up because it's super.
No,
thin.
I can attest to that.
Yeah, Danya has run his hands through this hair. There's nothing in here.
Many times.
Okay. It's ridiculous.
Spreading false rumors.
You shut your mouth when you're chatting with me, chat.
That's right.
All right, King B8. Hikaru is picking his favorite flavor. I, for one, prefer rainbow sherbet. Knight takes F7. Queen takes F7. It's all good.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say
something else.
I was going to say E6 maybe, but it's definitely one of these two moves that's going to happen. I was going to say he's choosing between the filet mignon and the porterhouse.
Yeah.
Choose your cut. Both moves win. He's trying to find the more precise one.
I love the comment from Active COO said, "I'm so sick of watching Hikaru win chess games." I found that funny.
He's gone G4. Now that's a bit of an odd move. He didn't want to allow H takes G3 any counterplay whatsoever, but apparently this gives Black a tiny inkling of a chance with Bishop C5 to E3 here.
Yeah. It definitely feels like a move of a boa constrictor, right? He just really wants to strangle his prey. Although in some cases it can be unnecessary, right? I mean, again, Queen takes F7 seems really straightforward. What happens on Bishop E3 now? Do we want to analyze it real quick?
Well, this is a bit like pinching a dinosaur. Like Hikaru's not gonna, his position's not gonna collapse because F4 falls, and Jeffrey didn't even play. He played knight E7.
Oh, okay.
And that was immediately met with D6.
Wow.
And I think we're going to see resignation.
If knight takes F5, we take C7 with check, followed by winning the knight on F5, and
Oh, and look at this detail, Lenny. Bishop
G2,
King
L9.
G2. Looks like it wins the white queen with Queen E4. And not only does it not win the queen, but it actually loses a piece because after you take, both of your minors are hanging. Unbelievable. It's over. It's not even close.
Yep.
And I say this basically every commentary where Hikaru is playing. People always think of him as this super tactical player. I mean, obviously he's a tactical wizard, but I think at his core, what makes him so unstoppable in this time control particularly is his boa constrictor style. He eliminates counterplay. He doesn't let you breathe. And he forces you to use ridiculous amounts of time to find really bad moves.
Yeah. It's true. All the things you just said. All the things you just said are true.
By definition, because I said
by definition.
30 seconds. I think
30
he might
seconds
resign
for Jeffrey.
here and
I think
now.
this is just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. You know, every move is tough. Every piece you have sucks.
Well, you're not going to have many pieces left pretty soon after
Sorry,
D takes C7.
I was waiting for you to pick up on my Limp Bizkit reference.
On your what reference? I'm a lost cause. I'm sorry. What is a Limp Bizkit? Is this another one of your movies that everybody has seen, but actually nobody has seen except Danny Rensch? Did I just embarrass myself? Yes. You're not saying anything, but you are saying a lot. You're saying a lot of things, actually.
Our relationship has gotten to that point where we can just talk or not talk, and you say it best sometimes when you say nothing at all, Danya.
Exactly.
Queen go. Look at this. Like you said, he's a boa constrictor. He's not even going to allow the mess that might be D takes E7 and Bishop takes G2 with the rook coming to D2 check. Just and maybe it was right not to allow it. I don't know, but I mean, this is like if you're Jeffrey Zhang, you're just begging for mercy here. Look at the center. Look at.
It's unbelievable, and there's a fork. I mean, as my coach used to say, without the rook on D1, the position would be unclear. Probably White would still be winning.
Right. Without the rook on D1, the position would be unclear. Two connected pass pawns in the center.
E6, knight H8, knight D8, queen G2, rook A1. Over under on whether there are more than 15 winning moves.
Well, he found
look
the
at
one
that.
Found the one that he wanted to get the queens off the board. Although, shout out to Jeffrey for keeping it fresh, keeping it spicy. I mean, at this point, I think it legitimately is hard to find a blunder. But hold on. Okay, look at that move. E6.
Queen G2.
Queen G2.
Forcing the queen trade.
Yeah.
Here come the snappers. And Jeffrey, he's got 3 passed pawns. So
yeah, and he's got a threat of knight to E3 check as well here. Kind of fun.
Again, shall I repeat my pinching a dinosaur analogy?
Yeah. He takes on G7. Hikaru has 4 passed pawns on the king side. Let it be stated throughout the land on this day of our Lord and King, 4 passed pawns.
And after knight E3 check, rook takes E3 and E7. One of them will promote. That was, I mean, one-sided is putting it very mildly.
And right as the game ends, Jeffrey turns on the light. Oh, and then he turns off the camera. Well, that was
I'm done.
Enjoy the NBA games this Sunday. We got an excellent lineup coming up for everyone here. It's the NBA playoffs on ESPN and TNT. Just kidding. All right. Well, that was interesting. I think we'll be taking a quick break because there are no tie breaks. There's not much more to talk about. That was a fascinatingly one-sided affair in favor of Hikaru Nakamura, Danya.
That game spoke for itself. And H5, we were appreciative of Jeffrey's creativity, but unfortunately, that kind of play against Hikaru, I mean, it works exactly 0% of the time. And a great performance by Jeffrey yesterday to get here, but his journey this Sunday comes to an end.
Jeffrey was the subject of our rapid recap for those who missed it, partly because he flew in under the radar, defeating Noterbek Abdusaturov in the last round in fine fashion. So again, shout out to Jeffrey. We do love him, and obviously he did put on quite the show as a commentator a few days ago. We hope to see more of that. But today was not meant to be his day, and we are going to take a look at the bracket. I believe we take a quick break before the next one begins.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to take a super quick break. So don't go anywhere. When we return, Another matchup begins here on Sunday for the Rapid Chess Championship.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
To the Rapid Chess Championships Sunday Knockout presented by Coinbase. We have one quarterfinal match in the books. Hikaru Nakamura simply wiping Jeffrey Zhang off the board. We now have a second quarterfinal that if these players, if their styles are any kind of portent, any kind of sign, then this is not going to be a one-sided game. We have Vidit Gujarati facing off against Sasha Grischuk. And for Grischuk, that added 2-second increment, that is going to be an absolute game changer. We can bet on the fact that he's going to get in time pressure, but those 2 seconds is going to take a lot of the pressure off, and it's going to allow him to play his style of chess. The game will begin momentarily. Oh, my lands. Grischuk against Vidit. We could not possibly ask for a better matchup as the players make their final adjustments to their seating position. They're fully focused, locked in. Here they are, and they are about to begin our second quarterfinal.
They're looking good.
All right, I can't wait. This is going to be an epic game. This is going to be an epic game.
The higher seed gets white as an advantage for their performance on Saturday. Many people have commented on that. The single game format, interesting way to give a reward for a better day the previous day, which means that Grischuk gets the first move because he finished as the 4th seed. Vidit as the 5th seed due to tiebreaks.
And Vidit already contemplating his second move, probably deciding between the Petrov and Knight C6. I don't think we're going to see a Latvian gambit anytime soon.
I was going to say, like, is he deciding between the most exciting Berlin draw video ever, as some are calling our highlight from yesterday?
That's exactly right.
What would you do in that spot? I mean, because the draw there is not the end of the world for Vidit. It moves it to tiebreakers, and you might argue he feels better about his chances in shorter time controls. Just curious your thoughts on that.
Oh, like whether Vidit would decline a draw here?
Yeah, I mean, or as we said, I was made the joke about playing a Berlin. He was debating between Knight F6 and Knight C6.
Yeah, I mean, no, I think definitely the shorter the time control, the better for Vidit.
Yeah,
no question about it. And they're actually following a line that is extremely drawish. And I first saw it played by Ray Robson at a tournament in St. Louis a couple of years ago. And it's very dangerous for Black. These two bishops can be very dangerous for Black if Black is not super precise in neutralizing all of the diagonals and the threat against the C7 pawn as well. The Black is a tiny bit worse, but I think Vidit has what it takes here to equalize.
So what are White's ideas here? Obviously, you have the bishop pair. If you could put pieces on, move the queen from F2 to G3, put the bishop on E5. I guess this is another way to kind of arrive at the same idea. You hit C7 on the way to maybe G5 with the queen, and then bishop E5 to follow, something like that. Yeah,
I mean, first he's asking Vidit the simple question: how are you going to defend the C7 pawn? Because the move rook A C8 looks very awkward, let alone the fact that it probably runs into bishop F5. And if you're not playing rook A8, knight D5 runs into bishop E4. I feel like Vidit's also out of prep, so this could get a little bit hairy for him.
Yeah, the pausing suggests as much, and we should definitely applaud Grischuk for having more time than he started with. A guy that is the guy that's been known to head into the think tank, right?
Absolutely, together with Sasha Grischuk in the same think tank.
The queens come off the board. White will keep the pawn, but the problem is, do you really have enough? Rook to C8 first, I think, is accurate before you deal with D3.
Yes, you chase the bishop away. Mm-hmm.
Black should have pretty good drawing chances here, right?
Well, this is one of those. Yeah, no, absolutely. This is one of those modern, opening prep lines where even if everything goes right, you catch your opponent off guard. He makes a big mistake. At the end, it's like plus 0.2, and you have a 10% chance of winning an endgame. I think what entices Grischuk about this is that he's not risking at all. Like White, right. Okay, never say never, but White can never lose this.
Right. Although if you're Vidit, a draw isn't the worst result with the black pieces. Someone who I think typically would consider himself better as the time controls get faster. Although, okay, Grischuk is a former World Blitz champion. That's not taking anything away from Sasha, and he's won many a match in our own Speed Chess Championship online. So it's anyone's game. But it's kind of a weird. This is like I feel the opposite momentum we were having in that Hikaru Zhang game, right? It felt so exciting and kind of lopsided from the very beginning. It was just a matter of time before the tactics got explosive. Here, I think we're most likely just going to be enjoying the next 10 minutes as they awkwardly get us toward a peaceful result.
Yeah, I'm getting deflated sleeping bag vibes from this position.
Yeah.
And right now, Grischuk obviously deciding where to place his bishop A5, bishop E5, I think is the most natural move because it, quote unquote, threatens to take the knight and ruin Black's structure. On the other hand, the bishop on E5 could be vulnerable. It could run into knight D7. So I can't, okay, bishop G3. So he wants the bishop on a defended square, which makes some sense.
But now the capture on D3, I mean, one of the advantages of you highlighting bishop A5, which may seem like an awkward square, but on A5, the bishop actually controls the D8 square. As look at us, look at you. You're highlighting.
We're just
completing
each
other's
sentences, and we might be completing Vidit's sentence as well.
The bishop on A5 would have prevented exactly the line Danya's showing. Though Black
just went rook C2.
Yeah, other ideas. Rook c2 makes it hard to leave the a pawn. You're still threatening rook d8.
I can't see this being anything serious for Sasha. Maybe rook fc1. I think trading a pair of rooks, I'm trying to wrap my head around who that benefits. And maybe it benefits no one, and it just makes it even more drawish, which I guess that benefits black. But
let's bring up the analysis board and just go through what the opening was here, because as people in chat are saying, I can't imagine anyone wanting to play a line like this. Take us through it, Danya. I mean, where were the opportunities? Where were and are the opportunities to deviate from what seems to be just a super forcing line?
Well, this is the 4-night Scotch, and David Paravian of RCC fame has been playing this exclusively in the RCC, and this is a very well-known opening. Now, after ED, castles, the old school move is, of course, c takes d5. And by the way, this is a fancy schmancy little move. D takes c6 is bad for reasons. Rook e8 check that I will not illuminate at the moment. Everybody used to capture on d5, and then you'd get this endgame, bishop g5, c6, queen f3, and then white takes on f6. And some players don't really like this endgame. With Black, Paravian has had a tremendous amount of success in that endgame. And so recently people started playing bishop g4 intermezzo, which leads to this super forcing line, f3, bishop h5. Now white takes on c6, and black picks up both of the pawns that he's temporarily given up. Here's one, and he forks the other in the rook. But white gets the two bishops. So white contends for a minuscule edge. So this bishop g4 line, if black knows it well, is basically like a takeout line. Like, it just totally neutralizes the system.
Okay, interesting. Bishop to g4. I learned something here. As someone who plays the mainline variations of the Scotch, not the 4 knights, this isn't exactly a move order that I see on a regular basis. But this bishop g4 intermezzo, so well explained by Donnie. You should consider doing commentary or maybe even a YouTube channel.
I'll think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about it earlier, but now that you put that thought in my mind, I don't think I'm going to do it.
Yeah. Oh, it's never gets old, huh?
Nope.
Okay, well, rook to c2 is something that apparently Grischuk needs to think about. I saw a comment in chat a moment ago that it's time for Grischuk to think for 8 minutes. Right on cue. Right on cue. Sasha goes into the think tank. But seriously, this is a 2-result position more for white than black, in that white can try to think of what are all the possible ways I might try to squeeze some water out of the stone, or maybe even just lay some traps. Right? What are you trying to do here when you're massaging a victory where there should be a draw, Don? You're trying to kind of visualize a position that offers maybe more chances than first meet the eye, a position where the bishop can dominate the knight. How are you tricking your opponent into giving you more long-term winning chances than they want to?
Yeah, I guess you're trying to reverse engineer it, like you were describing. You start by coming up with a general scenario. Okay, where do I want the pieces to be? Do I want maybe my pawn on a5, and then maybe rook f1 to b1 to b6, something like that. So you start very abstractly, and then once you come up with a general course of action, then you start looking at candidate moves, and then you have to answer the concrete questions, like, do I try to get rid of this rook? And speaking of a4, a5, here he goes. Yeah,
no, I really like that, and obviously, this is the training that you and I were both given, right? You try to, a lot of times the way that people misplay in games is they don't properly set the goal position in their mind. You have to start with visualizing, if I can somehow put the rook here and the bishop here with this dynamic, I can squeeze. And you have to establish that as a goal before you start considering candidate moves, working backwards to forwards in your thinking. So I like that. That was nice. a4, a5, put a rook on b6. If the bishop can hold a centralized spot, even holding the b8 square in some ways can be helpful down the road. You would very happily trade your d pawn for the a pawn if you're white in any of these. Meaning, if you could win black's a pawn and give up the d pawn, you're happy for something like that.
Happy understatement of the year. Deeply euphoric with champagne and the whole city invited. h4. Now he's pushing his other pawn.
Champagne. Okay, I like that.
And who taught me target positions was Yermo.
Well, of course, I was going to say the same thing. In fact, I was going to tell you in 1972, Mikhail Gurevich. Now, let me tell you, Danya.
Vol.
Okay, Mikhail Yurovich played 2 openings, actually 1 structure.
That's exactly right.
The Grunfeld and the Accelerated Dragon. Now, contrary to popular belief, the Accelerated Dragon held more pressure than people realized at the time. Now, I learned this lesson later in 1985, Sands Regency, Reno, Nevada. Now, as Jerry Weichel told me at that tournament, the last round may have been played.
My God,
but the organizer's job is not done until the last gets on the plane and gets out of here. Okay, let me tell you that lesson. I learned that lesson the hard way one long Sunday night in Reno, Nevada. How's that?
That was fantastic. I can only do the well. Vol.
No, then let me tell you. Vol.
Russian
I think my Yurmo is pretty on point.
Your Yurmo is amazing. I have a lot to learn.
I spent a lot of time with a shout out to Uncle Yurmo, Grandmaster Alex Yermolinsky. Okay. No, but Yurmo obviously is a great coach, and the principles of what we're talking about, visualizing your goal position before you get jiggy with it, if you will, with the specific ways of how to get there. Okay. This is a tricky moment, and one where you would want to calculate accurately, because if there's some way to give up the D pawn Danya for the A pawn, like just example, like if rook FB1, rook takes D3, rook to B6 is possible. I don't know, but this is the type of thing you'd be trying to trick your opponent into.
He's doing it.
Pawn, okay,
rook
there you go.
FC1, but same idea.
Yep. Did we just
trade?
We just repeated each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
No.
I'm slow to.
Okay.
So takes. Are we sure that this wins the A pawn, first of all? Because if black can go for this and save the A pawn, then it's a draw, and you can go home / play a 3-minute game.
Yeah, you can't rook c5, rook d5, I assume. But one of the funny things about this line is you did just force the black pawn onto a dark square, which of course is a much easier long-term target for the white bishop on g3. So,
yeah, and you can even play a move like rook b5 here.
Yeah, look at that. Look at you getting all creative. Here comes the bishop.
I love these moves. Yeah, and if you take it, then that pawn is kind of home free. So this doesn't inspire confidence in me. I feel like Vidit is probably searching for a cleaner pathway to a draw, but if you can't take the rook, then you might have to allow the rook to infiltrate to c6 straight away, and that's not appetizing either.
Yeah. Correct question in chat. Hikaru does play the winner of the 4-5 matchup, so Mr. Nakamura eagerly awaiting. Hikaru and Nakamura are both waiting for the winner of this particular matchup. Later on, we have Fabiano and Caruana who have beef with each other right here. They're going to throw down.
Tons of drama there. I mean, bad blood between Fabian and Caruana.
Yeah, it's partly because of what Fabi said, a couple of years ago about Caruana's approach to the middle game. They've been beefing ever since. But
Caruana lashed out long before that at Fabi. I mean, he really started. If you really get to the bottom of the feud in the 90s.
Yeah, I remember the first time that Fabiano challenged Caruana. It was actually at one of the famed late nights in St. Louis. We were all hanging out, Jen. Yeah, I think you had already gone to bed. Exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry. Some of these games don't have a lot more to talk about. Stop judging us, okay? We are here to have a great time, learn some things. We've already given you awesome advice about visualizing your goal position before you get specific with candidate moves. We've given you Uncle Yurmo impressions. We've highlighted long-term winning chances of forcing your opponent's pawns onto the same color square as your bishop. What more do you want from me and Danya?
That's right. There should be a button, Danny, that can be pressed with mutual agreement for both players, which basically
consensual,
erases,
always consensual button pressure.
And it should, whatever amount of time is left on the clock, this just sets it to 30 seconds per player. Just like get on with the time scrum already, because I feel like they're both dragging it out. They're both dragging it out, just waiting for the time scramble, waiting for the adrenaline to finally kick in.
It's so funny because I have come this close to using my admin powers to abuse to abuse a show or an experience for a player many times. And in fact, I could do it right now. You want me to just take 2 minutes off of Grischuk's clock?
He might not even notice. He
What
might
a
actually
troll-
be happy. He might be
What a
happy you
troll
did
of the
it.
century.
He might be like, oh, I mean,
Yeah.
now I don't have to think.
I think the next time Magnus plays an event on chess.com, I'm just gonna force him to play time odds against his will. Just like start taking time off of his clock. Doesn't even know it. It's gonna be great.
I'm
Okay.
not opposed to the idea, but takes him knight f4 now, I think.
Yeah, so this has been a really well played defensive maneuver from Vidit. I know those were active moves, but they were defensive accurate moves because you really wanted to prevent the lines Danya was showing where the rooks were attacking the pawn from the side, right? Either on c6 or b6. Now the d pawn's going to fall. Grischuk was unable to achieve his goals of kind of corralling the a pawn in exchange for it, and we're going to have peace. Peace throughout the land, I declare.
Yeah, we might have a draw offer, or we might have a draw offer after they find a way to exchange the a pawns for each other. They will find a way to do it. Grandmasters are good at that kind of thing.
Okay, so this matchup heading to Blitz will be interesting. Grischuk still gets white in the first Blitz game. That's correct, right? The higher rated player maintains their white advantage from the Swiss, I believe, into the first tiebreak, unless I'm misspeaking there.
Are you sure about that? I feel like
Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
We will get
We'll double check
on that.
Colors do switch. Okay, yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. The colors wouldn't switch. What am I thinking about?
Yeah, no. What you're thinking about is maybe the fact that if you're like in the number 8 seed, you don't ever get white. Like you get black in every game. Like that time Matlakov won, it was all the more impressive because he literally won with black every game.
Yeah. By the way, this move rook c3 keeps things going. And the idea, if we want to bring up an analysis board to show it, is that now on rook takes d3, white will play check on c8, keeping the rooks on the board, then bring the bishop back to g3 to avoid rook to d1. And I think that the whole point is now we're back in a spot where threats of rook c6 are possible. Okay, black actually has knight e2 here. And then you have to play like bishop f2 and then black plays.
Black might be the one hunting for white's a pawn if you're not careful. So
yeah, that's fair.
So I feel like it's time for Sasha to, just declare peace before, before it's too late. But Vidit now down a minute and a half, so we might actually have some form of a time scramble here.
Rook takes d3 is now on the board.
I'm going to share a thought, which may sound ridiculous at first sight. I feel like Vidit might actually be the one to decline to draw here.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting, especially because if he likes his chances in a time scramble, what better time scramble than what you have in front of you, right? Because especially if you can establish the rook on a3 and even on a2, the targets on the king side are very difficult. And I'll say this for sure. In a world where the A-pawns are gone, that sounded awesome. In a world where the A-pawns are gone, a rook and knight dominate rook and bishop on one side of the board.
Here is 2024, and rook c4 by Sasha that looks like an accurate move. Smoking the knight out of that incredibly annoying post on f4.
Yeah, rook d1 would be a draw offered into the rook ending if you want it.
Yeah. So that's what Vidit is thinking about. I mean, rook d1 ends the game. Yeah. Or you can move the knight back if you want to play for a win. So his next move will signal his intention clearly.
I love this. This is a big moment. What does Vidit want? If he plays knight e6 or knight to d5 or even knight e2, okay? And that shows you Danya was right. Vidit smelling a little bit of blood in the water here. Thinks he's a better time scrambler than Grischuk. Likes his chances to push this one to the limit.
Well, likes his chances to win the a-pawn. And now knight c3, for the first time perhaps in the game, black has created a concrete threat against white's a-pawn. This is exactly the opposite of what Grischuk thought would be happening. So bishop d4 comes to mind as a way to stop it. Then the knight could jump back to f4, but then you have bishop takes g7. Grischuk now down to a minute as well. Here we go.
Yeah. Okay.
Time.
I think you made a good call there. You really sensed the momentum that Vidit would would not allow this game, at least not to quickly end peacefully. And I think it's the right call.
Yeah, I mean, he's just flat out being annoying right now. Rook A2, Grischuk facing threats.
Bishop G3, do you take on G2 and knight E3, or just knight E3 first? Actually, even better. Yeah.
Knight E3, yeah, I mean, that's almost
Okay,
lost.
so
Bishop C5 and maybe G5 to anchor the F4 square.
Man, oh man.
Man,
oh man.
There's another idea, which is A5 and trying to get knight B4, bishop takes B4, rook takes A4.
Rook takes A4, you sneaky dog. I like G5 first, though. You can actually follow with F5 and F4 as well to open up the E3 and G3 squares for the knight. You've got these, you know what happens in time scrambles, right? People blunder. Long-term mating nets against the white king are not out of the question.
Especially when there's a knight that's going crazy, jumping from square to square, forks everywhere. G2 is weak. 30 seconds for Sasha. I'm getting quite nervous. Now, he's obviously an incredible time scrambler. He rarely blunders, but we saw this happen last week against Hikaru. I mean, Hikaru pressed and pressed and pressed. Eventually, Sasha didn't, eventually he blundered. Especially
because black is in control here. I mean, you play like F6 first if you want to avoid a rook C6 with check, then King G6, right? And just, kind of play tickle a little bit, make sure that white knows that that you're in charge.
He might
just play F6 first.
Yeah, I can't imagine him going for a draw here, although, again, the eval bar obviously says zeros because objectively black doesn't have anything. If white is careful, there's no progress to be made. But I would go F6. I agree with you. And Vidit down is okay.
He's going to take the draw. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised too.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I
just didn't feel confident enough.
I thought F6. I wonder what he didn't see. I mean, it's not like objectively we're claiming anything that's special, to be clear, but
white has to find
you trade the A for the F pawn here and just have outside?
Yeah, I mean, rook A1 check and then rook A2 and A5. No, this is these are serious chances in a time scramble. I really don't like that decision, but it is what it is. He has the white pieces. That's another factor in favor of taking the draw. Here we go. 3+1 game to decide the match.
I like it. 3+1 to decide the match, unless, again, we have another draw. We move to our faster time control tiebreaker. Exciting stuff here. Man.
Catalan.
The amount of times I've been sitting around on a Sunday, maybe late breakfast, I'm yelling at my kids to get off the screen. Hey, it's no screen Sunday. I don't care that it's a holiday. You're not allowed to use your phone on Sundays. I hate you, Dad. Whatever, right? So I'm dealing with that dynamic at home, and then I pull up my phone to watch you and Hess or you and anyone do commentary, and they're like, "Dad, you said it was no screen Sunday." I'm like, "Daddy's working. It's different.
Right.
Dad's working." But I'm LOLing as you guys are doing commentary. So just like that's where, in case you're ever wondering what I'm doing on a Sunday, that's what's going on.
You're laughing at my commentary? Was somebody laughs at my humor? That's very good news.
My wife actually really likes your awkward puns. She's like, he's so cute. He's like a younger you. He just makes really bad jokes, and I love it. I'm like,
implying that you're old. I like.
I'll tell him you said that. You made some like the rook goes to the C file, which is like he takes the back road to get there, which is like you got different trails, or you made some like reference about the rook taking a back road to like rather than hopping on the freeway to get in an open file.
Oh, I remember that actually.
Yeah, she thought it was adorable. All right, we've got a Catalan and a Neo type of Catalan. Awkward move orders. The C4 pawn will fall. White has a little bit of an edge. Vidit knows these positions well.
Sasha has already backed himself into a corner. I don't know where exactly he already went. I'm not familiar with the move C5 here. I mean, bishop D7, bishop C6 is the main move.
Yep.
He went C5 very confidently. Now he's got this nasty,
B5.
Now there's knight G5 and knight D4. Vidit's still clearly, I think, in his prep.
These tactics are just looking fun for white.
Knight takes C4, rook D1, bishop E3. I mean, one little mistake here and black's position collapses.
I love this knight G5 motif in the Catalan, a really important one for people to know. Hitting H7 and opening up the bishop on G2, often with some devastating tempi. This just looks soper. It looks super scary for Grischuk. Rook D1.
Rook D7, though, I think is his idea. That's quite an ingenious defensive construction that he's cooked up here.
What about bishop g5 first? Like, try to create some awkwardness of where that queen's going to land?
Yeah, I like bishop g5. It's one of those moves that's very, very good in a blitz game as well. Maybe f6 black has to play.
I know you want the g5 square open for the knight often, but I feel like bishop g... Okay, and he right on cue goes right back to knight g5.
6.
Do you bring the knight back to f3 and bank on... But bishop to g7, right? You play bishop e3.
But then AB, because the rook will be unprotected.
Okay. Very nice.
I like knight f3.
Yeah, I like knight f3 a lot then, because if you can't just put the bishop in its safe home, then a trade of that knight for bishop, long-term compensation for white, big time on the dark squares.
Right. Okay, so AB has been played immediately. So I guess he wants to trade on a7, get the bishop into exile, and then maybe go knight e4 and try to exploit the dark squares in the time that the bishop is gone.
Interesting. Here comes knight e4 with threats of bishop g5.
Rook d1 first also. Okay, b3. Wow.
I love this. This is like you talked about the alpha zero approach of you push the h pawn and don't worry whether it gives you things right away. This is also just such a high level display of long-term compensation and how these players understand these positions, because you're not, notice white is not in a rush to get the pawn back, doing everything he can to just keep improving his long-term potential for pressure. Bishop to b2, rook to d1. I love this. I love this position for white.
Yeah, chipping away at black's, only, one could say, strong suit, which is this little pawn chain. And another element of this alpha zero play is play on both sides of the board. You saw knight g5. Then he switched over, and played b3. Now he again is going to switch to the center and play potentially knight e4. So using the entire board as your canvas, that's very impressive and very hard to do well. Easy to do badly.
Unless you're Bob Ross.
Good. Smooth. I do know who Bob Ross is. Thank you for asking.
Very good. Okay. Because you look like you could go for a younger Bob Ross if you really let your fro grow.
I've got that one before.
Yeah.
Together with Jake Gyllenhaal and Mark Zuckerberg occasionally.
I never heard the Mark Zuckerberg one. That one got an LOL.
Somebody asked me that on the Stanford campus. Like this lady was sitting in the Starbucks, and in all seriousness, she asked me, "Aren't you Mark Zuckerberg?" I'm like, should I say yes? Just see how far I can take this.
If you're a god, you say yes. Right. Oh, wow. All right, knight to e4 does finally happen. So many fun threats here. And I love the flexibility of not putting the bishop on b2 yet, because the bishop can still go to h6, can still go to g5. Heck, you could put the queen on the a1, h8 diagonal, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Swiss cheese king side there. Maybe you should go bishop d4 and try to re-fianchetto it on g7, because I don't feel like Grischuk will survive with 30 seconds and these holes.
Oh, and there he goes.
He's not surviving.
Knight c6. What's the blunder? What is it?
Well, I don't think it's a blunder. I think it's just bishop h6 and knight f6, and you just get a massive attack. It's not nothing immediate.
Bishop h6, the rook moves, knight f6 check, the king moves. You can even
maybe queen e4, queen h4 there.
Yeah, slide the queen over. I was thinking of queen c3 at first, but bishop d4 can happen for black. So yeah.
20 seconds though for Vidit. He's trying to find the killer blow.
Yep.
And I don't think there is anything. I think he just needs to move.
Just bishop h6. I liked your point.
10 seconds. There's only a 1 second increment in this 3-minute game. 8 seconds. Make a move. Okay, it is bishop h6.
The computer likes it. You were right. Just keep the pressure. Queen coming into e4 after this knight f6 check feels really good. You gain a tempo on the knight on c6 with the bishop on g2. You slide to h4.
There's a ridiculous line where, okay, queen a2, cb.
Just take the pawn, Sasha. Take the pawn.
But then he opens the c file, and there's something about it he doesn't like. Oh, it might be
queen
make sure
we back
aiming
through
at the rook.
Critical moments of this game and see what could have happened. So don't worry, baby birds. We'll feed you. Mama's just got to chew up the worm a little bit before she gives it to you.
Queen is nicely out. I'm just going to ignore that. Tucked away. But here comes Vidit's bishop again.
Even for me.
Somebody's going to lose on time.
E3 there. E3. Kick the knight.
Don't make a drop, please. Please don't repeat moves. That would be the most anticlimactic thing ever.
I think E3 is the move. E3 is the move.
And knight f6, anything. Vidit's going to repeat. Rook c1. No, he's not. Queen e5. Bishop F6.
Okay,
Where does
bishop
the queen
F6,
go?
and that's
He's going to lose the
that's
knight.
a problem.
Bishop E7.
Bishop
Oh,
E7 with knight F6 check threats.
but where's the win? Knight F3 check is a big
knight
threat
F3
for
check is
black.
coming. The queen's hanging.
Oh,
Don't
my
make a draw.
lands.
Play E3.
I feel like they're constantly threatening. King H1, just a rook B1, defending the queen.
Defending the queen, and if the rook moves, you go what? You go back to F6? Is it E3?
Knight D7's coming, but then there's knight takes E2. Oh,
dude, this is so wild.
Black's bishop falls, but it's not over.
Knight takes E2 check.
And knight C3?
The problem is then you have to trade queens or play knight C3. 1 second.
Knight D7, knight D7. That was winning on the spot.
Okay, this is still
unclear
good for white if you have knight.
But Danny, bishop D4 is coming.
Bishop D4 for black is coming. He's got 1 second move.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Getting himself down. Whoa, is black winning?
Dude, look at that move. Queen C4 check.
Bishop takes C3. Now he's got the pass B pawns. It's anybody's game.
Okay. Even rook takes B2 there. I would do everything I could to get the dark square bishop off the board. He's up.
Ooh, mate threat.
There's a mate on H1. Don't miss that.
Another repetition. Jesus. King G1. I think white's going to... Vidit has shown his intentions here. He wants to play this one out till bare kings or till one side wins or loses. B4. 3 pawns for the bishop.
Who's better here?
No clue. I mean, objectively, it probably even is black, as you can see by the evil. Rook coming to A1, but bishop B1.
Yeah, if the white king can move its way to C2, the rook is free. He's going to C2.
But then
Grischuk
D4.
with only 4 seconds.
D4,
this is not how I thought this game was going to end, by the way.
No, I don't think anybody could envision this end game. But how does Vidit makes progress? It's like he's stuck in molasses.
Yeah, you can't. You're not even threatening to take C3. It's a joke.
No, you're not threatening anything. And now King D5, King C4.
Oh my God!
Might get made.
You had to play King B3.
And now, what's the win?
What is
B3?
it? Take D2 and King C4.
No, it was that King C6. Oh, King B5 and King A4. The king has to go through B5 to A4 to B3.
What is going on? Oh, King B4, King.
Draw.
Oh my God, that's true. What the...
And Grischuk with the wide-eyed, what just happened look.
What the bleep just happened? Okay, we're gonna back through that game while the next one gets going quickly. Let's bring up the analysis board because I know the next game's gonna start, but I'm not satisfied. Okay, so let's confirm what the winning idea was first and foremost. As we go to our open games here, what was the winning idea?
I mean, there were so many winning ideas for both sides.
You're right, though. It was King C6, Rook E1, King to B5.
Yeah, and King A4.
Okay. I bet he was afraid of some check that is not something you need to be afraid of because it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I would guess so. But is the next game is a bullet game, right? So let's...
Yeah. All right. We're going to dive back into the game. So at least we established what... Oh, my God.
I can't believe Grischuk was winning it. I mean, how did they even get an end game? That's unreal.
That was absolutely nutty. The time scramble.
Speaking of nutty, D4 by Grischuk already causing quite a bit of pandemonium.
That was crazy. Fun stuff. D4, bullet chess. It's a 1-1 time control, so there is an increment. Important. It's always important to establish the difference. Pure bullet is pure madness with pure flagging. Good old-fashioned family fun. This is a little more for the PG-13 audience, not so rated R with the increment.
Exactly. So Queen B3 has gotten out of the pin, but it has come at the cost of the D4 pawn, which Vidit will capture with the queen, probably, or the knight. Wow. Settling into a think. Castles? This is the slowest bullet game I've ever seen.
So, it's because the moments of that last blitz game were so completely crazy that this is actually kind of an interesting game. I mean, you've got an imbalance of the bishop pair, but a very well centralized knight backed up by his friend.
I feel like white's position is so much easier to play with all the control over the light squares. Although Vidit does have a very nice knight on D4.
Yeah.
But I would go King H1 at some point. Just get the king out of dodge. Grischuk wants in on the time scramble party.
Yeah. Let's all get under 10 seconds and see what happens, huh?
Well, Vidit says, "Yep, I'm doing that too."
White, I agree with you in terms of White's position being more long-term, easier to play. You have the 2-on-1 advantage on the queen side, right? That's a majority, combined with the only light squared bishop on the board, which just helps those pawns advance. But a centralized knight is exactly, I mean, when they tell you how do you make up for not having the bishop pair, normally centralizing a knight is on the top of that list.
Well, they're centralizing the rooks. Vidit down to 2 seconds. He's moving purely on increment. Knight back to e4.
Oh man, I love when we move into sound effects mode. Did you? Pew pew.
Bishop d5. Oh, he blundered a
just
pawn.
takes e5.
No, he just took a pawn and the wheels are coming off.
Okay,
bishop
bishop
d6 and rook d7.
He goes for it.
Knight d5. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh man, here comes. Okay, he defends f2.
White is completely winning here. He's up a pawn and he's dominating.
Yeah, you can even play knight f6. Okay, he plays rook takes a7 first, but
bishop b4 was almost mate. Now he's just 2 pawns up. But the nerves. Oh, here comes Vidit's knight. This is not over.
Knight to d3.
Oh, Vidit is creating counterplay.
He's bringing the rook to c2.
Knight f3.
Don't get yourself in a mating net, Grischuk.
So easy to do. Ooh, don't blunder a fork. King d5 would just get that king out of there. Oh, he blundered f2. Now it's a game. But he takes g6.
Here comes e3. No, rook d2 check first. Yeah, and then e3. Okay,
now
very
e3.
nice.
Grischuk getting his rook to e6. That's a nice move.
The rook goes to the g pawn.
Oh, whose pawn is first? He takes g3.
Faster?
Rook f3, 2.
E2 check doesn't work. Just king d2.
1 second. Rook takes b3, and he's going to stop the pawn. What? How is Vidit surviving
1 second,
this?
2
my
seconds
God, but he's still lost. Or is he? Knight d5, knight b4, but then here comes the f pawn. Yeah, knight d5, knight c7 was a win. Knight rook c6.
Oh my God. Okay, rook c6 on the piece. He didn't see it. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't see it.
King e5, knight d5.
Now Vidit is going to push his f pawn, and this is anybody's game.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. Here comes Vidit's pawn. Here comes
White's going to be in a mating net. Here comes f2 check and knight e3.
Oh my God. Is it going to be a perpetual knight c3, knight a2? It's going to be a draw.
What in the world?
Or is it? Wait, why didn't he play knight a2? Is he trying to win? Okay, it's a draw. He had knight e8. Oh my God.
Oh my God. White could have saved the knight, although it's probably still a draw.
Another draw. Oh my God.
Oh my God. We're headed to Armageddon.
I've never seen anything. I've never seen a match like this. And the delta between the 10-minute game and the Blitz and Bullet games is crazy.
Yeah, no, the 10-minute game was a boring 4 nights, Peruvian special, right? Draw really from the outset. We had a Blitz game where Vidit was in complete control, fails to convert in a winning attack from a Catalan. And then this game, I mean, Grischuk was just up 2 pawns in the endgame, right? And it all came, and again, we say it like it's easy. Of course it's not, but I mean, it just absolutely, like you said, the delta.
He was up 2 pawns and mating him.
Yeah.
But
no,
it's just
and at that point, he was still up on the clock.
Yeah, it's just, I feel like what happens is you invest the rest of your time. You think, okay, I'm going to find the mate. Then you don't find it. You panic. And then the moment your opponent gets counterplay, you just, you don't know what you're doing. You're just making moves.
The team behind the scenes is asking the higher seeded player which color he wants. That, of course, is Alexander Grischuk. So Sasha has chosen the black pieces, as you normally do, very, very often.
And another Catalan.
Another Catalan. Black is down a minute, but has draw odds. So if anyone has never seen Armageddon chess, you are witnessing the most exciting event in professional sports, right behind sudden death dodgeball, of course. This is it. It doesn't get better than Armageddon chess.
No, it does not. And I like that Grischuk changed his approach to the Catalan completely. He goes for a closed position of a different pawn structure variety. He might go f7, f5, just clamping down, creating the stonewall structure. Let's see how he plays this. He's a little passive, but solid, incredibly solid.
Yeah, super balanced position. A5 slows down b4, but white isn't going to give up on that idea. So black counteracts. And if all the trades happen, b4 will just be met by AB, and then black actually usually has an easier time targeting b4. So yeah, so white instead says, no, thank you. I'll keep it closed.
Yeah, but black is very easy play now. E5, disrupting the center, potentially e4. And you know where this is heading if Black plays e4. Vidit needs to find some way to make this interesting.
I would just play e4 here if I was Sasha. He has draw odds as well. I would play e4.
But then a4 is nasty. I think.
Okay.
I'm
if e4, a4 for white, blowing open the queen side. So instead...
But now e4. If e4, a4, and if a4, e4.
And if e4, ed4, then ed5.
And 92, ed5, 95, ed6, d6.
Why does Ruby make you burp, Kramer? It's amazing. All right, here we go. e4. Come on, Vidit.
e4, blast open the center. He's thinking about it. No increment in the Armageddon, by the way. e4,
E4
ed4, and 92.
That's such a nice pawn structure lesson. Honestly, that last moment was sort of a puzzle, right? He misses the opportunity, and I don't think Grischuk will miss his chance to play e4 here.
Or even ed, which is totally fine for Black, I think. And then the battle shifts to the king side because the queen side is totally dried up. There is a potential sack on d5 in some of these positions, but as of now, it would be way premature.
I've been staring at that idea this whole time, but knight d5, c5, c6, Black has queen c7.
And then the queen on c2 is undefended. Yeah. That's a good point. Queen e8.
Yeah, if the queen was defended, it would have worked. But all right. Okay, but
Jenny has e4. Vidit even prepared it with rook d1, but he's just not pulling the trigger here.
Well, he's got 30 seconds on the clock. Black has draw odds. If you're just tuning in, it's Armageddon chess, boys and girls.
Yes, sir, it is. Okay. What is Vidit thinking about? Because now if he goes rook f e1, finally Sasha will go e4.
Yeah, I don't think you let Black have... Oh, no, I don't... What? Why?
Why did he play rook a d1 then? Just to make his looks rook nice? Make his rooks look
apparently
nice?
He's trying to induce e4. Now I guess he could play f3.
Can he sack on e4?
I was going to say, his position is begging for something to be sacrificed on e4.
And then maybe just d5. But the problem, Danny, takes. Black is moving knight f6. I actually think that's why Sasha put his queen on e8 so that the c6 pawn will be defended. And this is what's happening.
He takes once. If he takes with the bishop, knight f6.
This is happening. It's on the board.
Wow, it's all happening.
And now here come white center pawns, though. e4 is coming.
This is so much fun. e4, d5. Let's go.
It's like Hikaru Zhang.
Yeah, this is like Hikaru Zhang, except, Hikaru was also up material. Unlike...
Right. f3.
Here comes e4.
Bishop b3. Ooh. Queen f2 might be necessary.
Okay. Yeah, slide the queen over to safety and then get back to work with the pawns.
White is worse subjectively, but if you can get those center moves in... Okay, knight d5. Good move. Maybe f5 to follow.
That was a great move, actually.
I feel like Vidit's losing the thread here. It's down on the clock, too.
Yeah, that was a really nice move from Grischuk because e4 will be met by bishop b3 with tempo. After rook to d2. I mean, Black can now start to unwind. Maybe rook d8.
Yeah, stopping d5. That's the problem with these sacrifices. Once the initiative fails, you're just lost, basically. But Vidit trying everything he can, throwing the kitchen sink at the center here. f5 maybe anyway? I would
f5 is it's a spicy one. If f5, I'm playing d5. I'm not even thinking about it. It's f5, d5.
Instantly. And again, no increment. Grischuk down below 2 minutes. So flagging is on the table. Bishop f6.
d5. I don't even care about bishop c3.
Bishop c3.
I know, d5, d6. I just want it all. I want the whole thing.
And then e5. I don't care. Give up the queen.
So many pawns.
I'll tell you what I would do. G4.
Oh, yeah. There you go. G4, queen d7, though.
Invite them all to the party. Oh, or G6. It's not as impressive as it looks. Not that it looks that impressive. I think he might play it. 1 minute. He's got to move.
Yeah. No increment. Again, remember that. So the time scramble here is very real.
Vidit is playing really slow. He doesn't know what to do. He's down 40 seconds, and he was the one with an extra minute. 45 seconds now.
Uh-oh. I like your move G6 because it frees the back rank, gives some luft for the bishop to retreat.
But I like
Queen
your
D7,
move, Queen D7.
Yeah, maybe just straightforward. Because if E5 is played, that plays into black's hand. You put the bishop on a safe square, and then the white square bishop comes back to D5.
Yeah, you can't weaken the light square. And the problem with D5, the queen on E3 is very badly placed because if the E file opens, black's going to go rook F8, and these pins on C3, no, this is not working. Vidit down to 40 seconds. The wheels have come off completely on this game for him.
Slowly headed the direction of a win for Alexander Grischuk.
Not even so slowly, down to 26 seconds. I don't know what he expects to be able to do here, but he's going to have to start pre-moving.
He plays bishop E7. Black could have even played rook Fe8, but this is probably good enough.
Grischuk just has to bleed out white's clock here.
Even here, rook Fe8, bishop F8, G6. You just sit there.
Yeah, you don't need it. Just don't think for too long.
Yeah.
Vidit.
Okay. Vidit did it. He finally played G4.
Oh, and he blundered his other Vidit.
Oh, that
his bishop.
He did it. He did it. Oh,
he
man.
Did. Vidit did not did it.
That was not good. Jokes aside, what a wild match that was, right? But Vidit, you could argue, really had his chances, Danya, in the 3-2 blitz game, right? I mean, that was a position that that Grischuk held by a thread, really by Vidit not putting it away with the kingside attack, and there you have it. Grischuk moves on to the semifinals. He will face Hikaru Nakamura in the next round. So, if you're Hikaru, I wonder who you wanted to win there, right? I know he'll say it doesn't really matter, and now Grischuk, but that was wild.
Well, Hikaru beat Grischuk in the first round of, I think, last weekend's RCC, so it'll be an exciting rematch, but that was swing after swing after swing, and that's why we tune in every weekend.
Armageddon chess, it's what the people want. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we move to the right side of the bracket. Plenty more top players and big names ahead. Fabiano Caruana is one of them. Levon Aronian is another. We will be back with more RCC commentary. The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase, and it returns in just a moment.
go king
Wait
g4.
a moment. Knight back to f1. Amazing. Oh my god, you have to.
Oh, it's stalemate!
He should have made a bishop. He could have flagged him with a bishop.
Oh my gosh.
Does David Anton? Oh, David Anton is slightly worse timings. Fedoseev still qualified.
Wait, no.
He didn't.
No, he didn't. And David Anton qualifies. The stalemate gets him through.
This is unreal.
Oh my gosh.
He surpasses Fedoseev, poor Vladimir, by less than one tiebreak point. And
Oh my
probably had
goodness.
Auto queen on. Kovalyov is cursed in this tournament.
Yeah, he got checkmated by Anish Giri in an unlosable position.
How do you draw this endgame? Oh my gosh. What? How is this even possible?
We are back. The action continues here on this Rapid Chess Championship, Easter Sunday. Make sure you tune in on Thursday, April 21st. I will be back here in the saddle, talking to the community, doing what we do once a quarter with the state of chess.com, quarter one review, but also some major announcements about some big things coming up for us in the year of 2022. Really excited to let you guys know about some big things we've been working on. So tune in on Thursday, April 21st. Join me and many guests as we break down all that's going on here at chess.com. All right, let's break down the bracket. The first matchup on the agenda is Levon Aronian versus Dmitry Andreikin. These two guys both played incredibly well yesterday. Not sure who I would lean as a favorite, but I'm excited to see what happens.
I mean, they're both just incredibly good. And Dmitry, I mean, Hess and I were talking last week about how just ridiculously solid Andreikin is.
Yeah.
And the guy is just like, he knows how to play any position. He gets mated about one game out of 1,000. And the last game he got mated was by Jeffrey Zhang. So he's got about 900 games before he gets mated again.
So yeah, I guess on that math, he's kind of playing with house money here. But yeah, seriously, this Dmitry Andreikin, I say it every time because he hasn't always been a household name, but on chess.com anyway, he's been consistently winning events for a very, very long time. And super versatile style, like you said yesterday, just universal, can play any type of chess, very, very fast.
I mean, I think I would call this the Ding Liren school almost. Although Ding is more positional, but I think it's in that same mold, and it's different from Magnus, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is exactly that is different in Magnus's style. Obviously, Magnus is just better, but putting that aside, that's something I'm actually actively thinking about.
Well, I'm not sure whether the games have started. I don't see it yet. Waiting. We're waiting.
I think it just started.
Just started. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We are underway with d4 on the board and knight f6. A Nimzo? Anyone?
Yes,
Nimzo.
Sir. We have ourselves an Nimzo, and of course, Andreikin playing the most solid line, e3, and the Rubinstein system, bishop d2. Yeah, Shanklin played. This has become popular somehow. This bishop d2 move.
Yeah. Again, it's another move that just looks kind of passive and kind of not something that was on cutting edge for Nimzo theory for a long time. But here we basically reached the same type of position you see in many mainline Nimzos with the doubled C pawns But white doesn't have the bishop pair as you sometimes do.
I don't know. I'm not an easy sell in this position for white. I mean, if white doesn't have an attack on the king side,
yeah,
I'm not seeing exactly what white is receiving in return for these incredibly weak pawns, which we've already seen several times in the RCC, can get picked off with a continuous assault by the rook and the bishop and the queen.
Yeah, I agree.
Not in love with this opening.
Well, normally one of the key sort of points to this position is that when white expands e4, you're always threatening moves like bishop g5, right? Danya, pinning that knight and expanding the center aggressively is one of white's sort of trump cards in the Nimzo to compensate for the doubled c pawn. So with the bishop pair gone and black having the long-term positional advantage of the doubled c pawns, I'm a Nimzo player as black, but I'm definitely biased toward black in this position.
But I think if you showed this to, if you showed this to someone, you could make anyone a Nimzo player. Like if this is what you got consistently, sign me up. And okay, f4 is understandable. Dmitry trying to create something on the king side with the limited firepower that he has. Does he want f5? I don't think so. But he might want e4, e5.
Yep.
And d5 by Levon, fixing that backward pawn on e3. I like that move a lot. Levon's just better here. Levon's just better. I mean,
I love black's position. Yep.
What is Dmitry like? What is his plan here? Knight g3. Okay. Now Levon does have to decide how to arrange his pieces, in particular, where to develop his bishop, whether to go queen c7, rook d8, and whether to take on c4. So it's not that simple for Levon to solidify his advantage.
So normally you would be a little bit critical of d5 for black in an Nimzo because you're letting white undouble the c pawns. But I think a really key point to show, Danya, if we want to bring up the analysis board, is that d5 was played in response to f4. So a lot of the time you don't actually want to play d5 unless there's other weaknesses. But note that now you can do it because taking d5, black can take with the e pawn, and then as Danya's highlighting, he already knows the point I'm making before I get to it. The e3 pawn is a new weakness. So I'm just sitting here as like a chess student and just appreciating how Levon is playing this, because the moment I saw d5 on the board, I asked myself, wait, why would he play d5 there? And then I looked at it, it was a response to f4, just really precise, I think, and it's going to allow black to get the better middle game here for sure. And the clock reflects it. I think Andreykin knows that this is a position he needs to be very careful in. You know
what else reflects it? I don't know if you're aware of the Charlotte water theory.
Yeah.
This comes from my friend Peter.
No, I know this theory, and I think it checks out. Yeah, the way you drink your water when you're in a
not the way, the fact that you drink it.
Yes.
If you are drinking your beverage at the board or at the computer, that means by definition you're satisfied with your position.
Yeah, no, it checks out, and I've seen it too many times for it not to be true. So Levon is kind of relaxed in his element there, as you said. Took a sip of the water. Andreykin's still on the clock, now down more than 2 minutes. Oh wait, no. Now it's just played queen e2. There you go.
Yeah, sort of a flexible move, preparing rook ad1. I think if white is very vigilant here and doesn't just, let things fester in the center, then white should be okay here. It hasn't gotten out of control just yet. Bishop b7 or even bishop a6 can be considered here, by the way. Levon likes these kinds of edgy moves. Oh, guess what he played? Bishop a6. And rook ad1 immediately by Andreykin. Okay. Well, I'm thinking lots of tension in the center here. Lots of tension in the center. Queen e7 would target the a3 pawn. So that's one candidate move. Another candidate move is just to trade everything on c4 and then go queen d5. Something to that effect. And he goes for a third candidate move. He plays rook c8. So let's see what Andrejkin ends up choosing here. When will he take on d5, I guess, is the big question. Okay, he's thinking 6.5 minutes now on his clock. CD, there will be bishop d3, queen d3, and e takes d5. And I think black is better.
I love it. And again, the transition in the structure, the E pawn is forever weak after f4. Super precise by Levon.
Right.
Ooh, f5. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he figures that things keep deteriorating on the queen side. And so it's now or never, which I can totally understand. And now Levon with another important choice, whether to, well, taking on f5 to me looks pretty dubious. That would invite the knight to f5. And I don't see why Levon would be afraid of f takes c6. If the f file opens up, then black's king gets even safer.
But you almost have to find sort of like a high-class waiting move here then. If you don't want to take f5 to bring the knight in, okay, no, he's going for way more than a waiting move. He's concretely going after the c4 pawn. That actually looks really good. What?
Yeah, he's just taking a pawn. I didn't even
consider that. Like,
he had it, okay, but ED
was not the best, but
counterattacking e6. Oh, and apparently rook e8 is just overwhelmingly strong because white's queen side finally collapses.
Yeah, rook to e8 looks delicious. The a3 pawn is going to be weak in a lot of these lines, although it's hard not to take c4 with tempo here.
And he
finds the patient rook to e8. Yeah, I mean, a move I wouldn't have found.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a move that looks like it wins the game. And the point is, if CD, then after e takes d5, white's attack comes, quote unquote attack, comes to an end. I mean, the pawn on f5 actually stops everything. And white is left with these horrendous weaknesses on the queen side, which black is going to pick off in due course with queen c7. Wow. I mean, to be outplaying Andrejkin like this with black is very impressive.
But I think, like you said from the beginning, there's a part of this game, the storyline is Andrejkin kind of beat himself. I mean, this bishop d2 line in the Nimzo by itself is okay, but to lose the bishop pair and still be strapped with the doubled c-pawn weaknesses doesn't feel like a line that you can hang your hat on if you were bringing this to some classical chess preparation, and Levon was ready for it, instantly equalized and was already pushing that eval bar down, right, in black's favor right away.
No, that was some of the work. Like, I don't know if that was prep. I want to make an obscure sports reference, but I don't know if I'm going to make any more friends in the chat if I do that. There was a play. It actually was very, very famous. This is NFL football. There was a play that the Indianapolis Colts ran on a fake punt that is like widely considered the worst play of all time.
Right.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do, actually. Yeah, and again, there's like, you try to replay in your head many different variations of how and why it would have been a good idea, but there's just, it was really weird to see Andrejkin give away his advantage and just say, like, I'll take the worst version of a Nimzo possible.
I'll take the bad pawn structure, but without the dark squared bishop.
Yep.
And without like any semblance of an attack. I think what might have happened is, he might have just confused something.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that, in all fairness to Andrejkin, who we were just singing his praises before the match started, for anyone who's about to say, oh, you guys are, biased or whatever chat wants to tell themselves a new story of some angle and agenda we have. But the truth is, Andrejkin just absolutely
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Now the game is not over. And I like what he did a couple of moves ago there. He took on e6. He cleared out the f5, so he said, I'm going to give you the pawn on c4. I'm losing it anyway. It's dead weight. The problem is the rook on e6 is holding f6. Knight has no prospects. He's reached a dead end yet again.
Yeah, and now it's a position where we, as our good friend Yasser would say, black has the pawn and the compensation. I mean, okay, the d5 pawn is weak if we're really keeping score. And okay, here comes rook to g3. Andreken's going to be all in on some tactical pressure, but black is up a pawn. c3 is weak. a3 is weak. Everything about this position is easier for the second player.
There is a potential blunder alert that could happen. So if Levon goes knight e4, let's say Dimitri plays rook e3. I could see a case being made for rook f6, forgetting about the x-ray and the move knight e7 check. Dead.
I love that. That's like a puzzle rush tactic. The computer plays rook f6 and you're like, wait, what? 97.
You know who's not going to blunder? Oh, and Dimitri was the fork. Oh my god, he went rook f3. Oh my god, he is like out of it. Oh, he walked right into a fork. Day. God, it just gets worse.
Strange. We've had a tale of very different matches here. If you're just tuning in, Hikaru's victory over Jeffrey Zhang was as lopsided of a game as those two guys will ever play. And with all credit and respect to Jeffrey, it just ran off the rails very early. Then we had a match between Vidit and Grischuk that went all the way to Armageddon in terms of how talking about a coin flip. And now we're back in a match here, Danya, where Aronian has just been in control from the very start.
I've never seen Andreken get just smashed like this out of the opening. And okay, the game is still going. The clocks are still ticking, but resignation is becoming likelier and likelier with every accurate move that Levon plays, including the last on h5, shutting down perhaps the last hope that White had, the h-pawn.
Yeah. I mean, how many, and also it also freed the back rank. So whatever other outside tactics you had in mind. Okay, you go for d5, but rook e4 is possible.
I mean, rook f6, trade the rooks. I mean,
what?
Did you not hear what Gary said?
I didn't actually. That was funny.
And it's Dimitri, I don't really know. I mean, it's honestly, it's embarrassment. Total.
All I want you to say is, over and over again.
Right.
Anyone who's ever listened to a Gary interview, there you go. Shout out to the 13th world chess champion. All right, Levon is thinking about it. Note there are some weird things about this. He does ultimately go for rook e4, as I was suggesting, but if you couldn't move the queen out to d6 because f7 fell, you didn't want to play a passive move like rook to d8. So there were some tricks there. And now d5 is definitely going to fall. If you play if you play rook f6 here, maybe you get some pieces off the board, but h5 and d5 are both falling.
I think this is a very common mistake by less experienced players. They will simplify at all costs.
Yeah.
But in many cases, you don't actually need, you don't need to simplify at all. And in this case, queen e7 actually seems to be the most accurate move. Knight takes d5. There's a intermediate check on e1. Whichever way the king goes, queen takes h4, or queen e2 checkmate if king f2. And this just ends the game immediately. Let's see if Levon finds it. Oh, it's happening. Wait. This is literally happening. Queen h4, rook h3, queen g5. Or queen g4. He's an exchange and a pawn down. The queens are about to get traded.
It's nice that the rook guards e7 too. So you put the queen on g5 or g4. Both cases, the queens have to come off or g2 is a problem.
Yeah, this will not go into Dimitri's
this won't be
best games
collection, as they say.
No. Queen c1. It's basically mate.
h4 first, even more accurate. Love it.
Queen g3 is not a threat. I think Levon will go queen g3 because he has a sense of humor.
Just get the pieces off the board.
Queen g3 and rook g3 hg.
Oh, he does it. You're right. He
did it.
called it.
I know. I know Levon well enough.
Yeah, and the point, everybody, is on rook g3 hg, you have to give up the queen anyway because king h3 allows rook h1 mate, and maybe on Draken will raise his sense of humor by allowing himself to get checkmated here. Who knows?
It's possible, or in the immortal words of Mr. Scheibel, you resign now.
You resigned. Oh, I told you.
He would. Yeah. Okay. For the fans, I can appreciate that. I don't
know why. I had a feeling on Draken was going to play into the meme, if you will, right?
1-1 in the profit competition.
Hey, yeah, 1-1 today. I'm keeping up with Mr. Naroditsky in terms of predictions. It's funny. He raises an unnecessary queen sacrifice with an unnecessary self-mating on the H-file, but Levon Aronian punches his ticket. He will await the winner of Fabiano Caruana and Mr. Martinez, the young. I just keep on calling him a blitz bullet specialist. I know he's much stronger than that, but that the imbalance between Caruana and Jospam in time scrambles to me is an interesting factor that we could see play out here. But anyway, your thoughts on what we just saw there, Levon bringing it today.
Levon, in addition to Dimitri, yes, he had a bad day, but Levon has that effect on people. There are certain players, Hikaru, we saw that in action today. Levon is among that group of players who just causes people to play badly. It's his style. It's that he's just annoying. He's just annoying to face. He plays everything and he's ridiculously accurate. Just pretty good at chess.
Yeah.
To put it in simple terms.
Pretty good at chess. And it is an interesting lesson of how you can outthink yourself in terms of maybe an approach to an opening as we were critical of on Draken's weird approach to the Nimzo-Indian there. But either way, we got another matchup here in the quarterfinals before this day continues to roll on. So don't go anywhere. The Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase will return. Tomorrow, the Junior Speed Chess Championship kicks off. We've got Pragnananda, right? We'll see what kind of progress Prog can make this year in his bid to win the JSCC. Stole that from Danya Naroditsky.
You stole my pun. At least you acknowledged that you stole it.
Of course, I would never not. Christopher Yu is a dangerous opponent. Obviously, an international master always looks to be the underdog against a grandmaster. But the truth is, Yu is a very, very fast, brilliant tactician. That's going to be interesting. But then the next one, you've got Nihal Sarin, maybe the favorite, I would argue, to win the JSCC this year. That guy is just a wrecking ball of a blitz and bullet nightmare against a Ronyak Ghosh. Also a fun one. Danya, you'll be holding down those events, right?
Yes, I will. Starting tomorrow, I'm beyond excited. We've had 2 matches so far. Both have delivered 100-fold on their promise. JSCC is just a magical event, and tomorrow is unmissable, simply put.
Yeah, and even the qualifiers, some of these qualifier highlights that are just some of these matches have been super dramatic, a lot of fun, and the JSCC, one of my favorite events. We've got the Rapid Chess Championship, our last quarterfinal matchup about to begin. As you see there, the scoreboard lets you know who has moved on. Hikaru will take on Grischuk next after this matchup, and then Levon Aronian awaits the winner of Caruana versus Martinez. Here we go.
All right, and another Nimzo Indian. Now, and again, E3. Let's hope Fabiano doesn't go Bishop D2. No, he goes A3.
No. Traditional
same structure.
A3. Yeah, so again, just for those who've been following studiously on some of the higher level details of today's show, not just the bad jokes or the cringe conversation. This already is a very different Nimzo than what we talked about. As I said, when E4 happens in this structure, White is immediately opening up the dark square bishop. Threats of bishop G5 are very real. And if White plays bishop D3, knight E2, and castles, even F4, which is supported by the bishop on C1, these are the types of positions that White hung their hat on for years, right? In the Nimzo Indian, where White was saying, yeah, I'm going to lose those doubled C pawns, but I've got the bishop pair, a big center, and I'm going to attack the bleep out of your king side in the meantime, right, Danya? This is what we're used to seeing. So that last game with Andreikin was just really hard to get behind when it was the same structure, but the dark square bishop was gone.
Yeah, I mean, compared to having seen and endured the traumatic experience of Andreikin's game, this looks almost winning for White. I mean, he's got the dark squared bishop. He's got the possibility of F4. Of course, in reality, it's incredibly double-edged. I've never been good at these positions with Black. I've gotten crushed a couple times. It always feels to me like I'm going after a pawn and White's going after my king.
Right.
And that's a bit of an issue.
It's funny. I feel the opposite. I really love playing the Nimzo as Black. In fact, I remember for a very long time, I was just visibly upset at the board whenever someone would play knight F3 or some sort of Catalan to avoid the Nimzo, because love this stuff.
Yeah, there's been a subtle shift recently. There was a point at which nobody was playing knight C3, but in the last few super tournaments, knight C3 has been scoring incredibly well, and people have been playing almost exclusively these various same-ish and same-ish related setups.
It's funny how that happens, right? The trend line comes back, and it's almost because they all, at the highest level, the trend setters, if you will, right? They make it fashionable because they spend time with the neural nets and the high superpowered computers that they didn't have 10 years ago, and they come to maybe some different conclusions about some variations that weren't so topical. So it's exciting when you see a move like A3 come back, when it just, for a long time, like you said, White didn't like playing the Nimzo. White was playing the Queen's Indian or avoiding these types of lines.
Right. Knight E2, Fabiano's decision after a minute of thought, that knight is probably heading to G3.
Okay, so if we're describing the plans for both sides here, if Black had a million moves, you play B6, bishop A6, knight C6, knight to A5. If necessary, you put a rook on C8 before taking on D4. You want to win that pawn. White is going to play knight G3, bishop B3, castle, and try to play F4 or bishop G5 and just be all in. So, okay, this is funny because the moment you commit D5, knight A5 will be the response most likely, but we're really going to be in that dynamic of king side versus queen side pawn race. Okay, knight E7 for sure, right? You can bring the knight to G6.
Possible.
And
but I feel like this is the antithesis of what you want against Fabiano.
Yeah.
Fabi loves positions with a clearly defined center where the emphasis is on the long-term plans, and Jose souring on the prospect of this pawn, instead diverting flight number 97
Yep.
to G6 airport. That was
to me, this is already, yeah, like you said, a good sign for Fabi. The eval bar reflects white's advantage, although remember the engines are always a little bit biased towards space and the bishop pair here, as they should be. But yeah, that would be funny. Are we going to see the alpha H pawn, or are we just going to see knight G3 in a more traditional Nimzo plan?
I think it's push time.
Yeah.
Although Fabi likes to dot his. I always get that one wrong. Dot his I's and cross his T's.
Yeah, I feel like I've been dotting my T's and crossing my I's for years. Worked out well for me. Hashtag high school dropout.
Well, I feel like Fabi. Okay, this is the new Fabi. G4.
G4.
Vol.
G4 H4. This is like a Sicilian, but not.
Yeah. I mean, it's the English attack idea, right? It's the same idea, just transplanted to a different opening. And Jose just feels like it's about to get so
painful for Martinez here. I mean,
God, the openings today have been really bad. And now H4 looks really nice. It's very important that the F4 square is protected by two pieces. That knight on G6. Oh no, he goes knight G3. So he doesn't mind knight F4, I guess. He wants G5.
Yeah, if knight F4, he probably just ignores it with G5. Knight backs up, plays H4 to follow, and you deal with that knight at a later date.
Yeah, big deal, right? I mean, sitting there, right? Whatever, I don't care. And then later you can drop your knight back to E2 and smoke it out of there.
Yeah.
So, no, this is not a problem for white at all.
The white king will probably just protect itself on F2 at some point. Okay, I'm learning a lot here. I mean, as someone who is not regularly hooking himself up to the supercomputer AlphaZero preparation juice, I'm curious to see how white plays these positions, because I feel like traditional Nimzo thinking might have been like, yeah, black will be okay here. It's a closed position, so you don't mind the bishop pair. At some point, you put a knight on F4. You still play for B6 and bishop A6 long term. If white ever moves the queen, you play queen A4 to hit C4. Like, I would look at this as a Nimzo player and say, like, I'm okay. And so I can't wait to see how white just destroys black and proves me wrong, because I feel like this is not the worst Nimzo Indian in the world.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's not. And for the record, I also played the Nimzo for a couple of years in between my two King's Indian careers.
Were those that was the dark times, the dark years?
King's Indian sandwich. Well, my coach just sort of insisted that he said the phrase, "Your King's Indian is burning," like the Bronx is burning. And when he said that phrase, I'm like, okay, I'll make you happy. I'll play the Sicilian. Oh, Sicilian. Why was I thinking of because you put that in my head? I was thinking of F3 G4.
Yeah, F3 G4 English attack.
I'll play.
Okay, so you said play the Nimzo.
I'll play the Nimzo, and then I had a game against Darwin Yang. Who was a grandmaster, and now is
a young man from Dallas, Texas, who was a very, very good player. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yes. No, I was just going to say, I think he's doing his PhD at Harvard. Speaking of Harvard, Ken Rogoff. Yeah, so Darwin crushed me in a position just like this. I had Queen A5. I did everything the doctor ordered. I took my meds on time.
Right.
You know, I ate my apple a day, and I just got smoked on the king side, and that soured me on these kinds of positions forever.
It's funny. Darwin actually, I think, was a very, very strong positional player and actually used space advantage as well. I also lost a tough game to Darwin Yang. It was a hedgehog, so not a Nimzo, but a similar vein in terms of, you know, what the plans black is playing for, maneuvering in a closed position, and he just slowly used the space advantage to destroy me. So shout out to Darwin Yang. If I woke up think I was going to talk about today, Darwin Yang was not on the top of the list. But there you go.
Well, commentating with Danny Rensch is never at the top of my list, but
you never know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates.
That reference I get, or else you would That would be
that would have been a real
insta
problem.
firing.
Okay. H4 is bringing the heat with G5. And I really am excited to see, because I think there's a full board approach for white here. Patiently using the space advantage, not just on the king side, but the queen side is key to kind of keeping black's pressure at bay. And Fabiano clearly comfortable. He's up a minute and a half on the clock. So my Nimzo bias aside, I'm eager to learn how white plays this.
Me too. And Fabi is the best person to learn from. I mean, clearly, Jose did not receive the how to beat Fabiano Caruana with black memo.
Yep.
I heard someone was sending that around.
Yeah, that memo was going around for a while.
Some jerk.
So what do you do now as white? Okay, bishop e3, but I'm really talking about the bishop on f1. Are you developing it, allowing a trade?
Why? Why do I need to? I'll play queen d2.
Okay.
Hit the knight potentially, although I wouldn't necessarily take twice because then c3 falls. But I would put it on d2. Then I would invite Yasser to tell me where the other pieces belong. And then you go g5 at some point. I mean, the question isn't whether you go g5; it is how do you extract the most Scoville units, from the move g5.
YouTube. Raphael just said you don't look like Zuckerberg. You look like Pete Sampras. You ever gotten that one, Pete Sampras?
I have gotten that one as well.
Okay.
Tennis player. I mean, I'll take that as a compliment as well. Okay, well, he proves me wrong. So he gets the bishop out, but the point of this is to coordinate the rooks, not necessarily to develop the bishop. And he stops b5 in its tracks, by the way. Notice how that's just like casual prophylaxis, just brushes it off his shoulder, And
also the thing about bishop to e2 is, okay, I know you wouldn't bring the rook from the queen side over unless you really had a threat because a4 falls, but full development is, still a thing we want to do in chess from time to time. And if g5 comes and the h file is open, the other rook goes to h2 or h4, and you're really getting freaky on the h file over there.
G5. I feel like moves like this needs to be whispered because of what's about to happen on the king side.
So you take on g5, you take on f4, you put a pony on f5, you put the rook on h6, and there you go, right?
I think the most accurate approach is, like you said, take on f4, but not knight f5, because then bishop takes it. I think you should play knight h5 and clear the last defender from the king side.
Okay, I like it.
And I mean, look at this. Oh, I mean, this and this and this, and once things start rolling downhill, it all comes crashing down.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly the wheels come off over there on the king side. g5, a super committal move. I think Fabi uses his minute on the clock here to make sure he solves this puzzle.
And Fabi has improved his time management and rapid exponentially. Really, I mean, he is honestly a nightmare opponent now in the 10-minute time control.
Yeah, and obviously he's been a player who's maybe been criticized publicly for his time management and fast time controls more than any other player over the last few years, and maybe undeservedly so, right? A lot of people would lose to Magnus Carlsen in rapid world championship tiebreakers, right? But I think that the heat that followed for Fabi, as far as people saying, well, he's just not good at fast time controls, wasn't ever really fair. Robert and I have talked about it a lot, and I think this year, as a lot of online chess events burst onto the scene due to a global pandemic we all faced. I don't know if you got that memo down here. There was a global pandemic over the last 2 years. Yeah, weird, right? No. But I think Fabi has really shown better time management and better blitz skills than a lot of people thought he had. So this is looking fresh. Fabi's looking fresh. His chess is anyway. Not so much what's going on there with the do, but
I got a haircut tomorrow, so
yeah, you do.
I'm happy to swing by and give him a ride. I'd be honored.
He really does. He's got the look at, he goes for your line. The prophet leads 2-1 in our prediction competition today.
Surgical by Fabian. This is devastation. I think Jose's maybe only chance is to take and, use his own 2 legs and just run to the queen side and give up all of your pawns. But that's not much of a chance, is it?
To answer the question from Sucio Lucio, all the games you watch in the RCC are on a delay that is for fair play, with more than $600,000 in prizes for the longest time control event we do. We just everything possible. The fair play measures are super strict and rigorous. Full cavity searches of the players every round. Just random people show up at their homes. No, I'm kidding. But we also have a delay going on. So by design, the games are on a private, non-observable mode. You can only watch the games either here, or you can go to chess.com/events and watch them on a full delay. So welcome. Guess what? You got to. This is where you got to be. You don't really have any other options.
Who has the power, Danny, again? We do, right? Very good. Just checking. Now, did you hear about the very last feud between Fabiano and Caruana? It was over Caruana's hair.
Really?
Fabiano told him in a unwelcome tone that he had to look presentable before his next super tournament.
Yeah. And Caruana, obviously not taking too kindly to that, said, I'm busy focused on what matters, which is the chess, not how I look. Right.
Right. And you don't get to push 2800s around. And
yeah,
it exploded from there.
Yep.
Fabi
it would make sense to come that way, because Fabi has always wanted to look fresh, whereas Caruana has never cared so much for how he presented.
Yeah, not much. He cares more about the moves that he plays. Great move by Jose, by the way, rook e5. The point is, after rook h1, king g7, it's actually not that easy to hunt down the king. And to follow this line, if you just start throwing your rooks up, Danny, all of a sudden, the king just hides on e7 and okay, black's still not okay, but the game goes on. Fabi taking the 2-pronged approach, hitting b7 first.
This is such a funny position, because if Caruana does not, maybe Fabi would mess up this position, but Caruana does not screw up position.
Fabi would definitely mess up this position.
Yeah. So the thing, but it is funny to say, if somehow the attack was misplayed, black is borderline winning in any endgame, right? The a4 pawn is falling to the bishop. The c pawns are weak. The bishop on e2 is a big pawn. It's just that the pressure and the space advantage is so big. But I do want to draw attention to that, Johnny, because I feel like players looking at this, and obviously we've had the tone of how well Fabiano's played, jokes aside, this is not as easy as it looks. It's only a +2 advantage, where the computer is very biased because of the space. And one big mess up, could easily see this get away from white.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. There are different types of even +2.4 advantages. Like an extra exchange would be a lot more reassuring than something like this, which you need to handle very precisely. As we were discussing, if the king gets to e7 and black, parks a rook on f8, black's position all of a sudden becomes a heck of a lot more solid. Rook d8 disliked by the eval bar. And you know what idea is incredibly strong here, Danny?
I'm trying to bring the rook over, but then a5 falls.
But you should bring the queen over.
So
Leave the rook to do the dirty work. Bring the lady over. And Fabi does not bring the lady over. He does bring the rook over.
I think that your idea was the key, right? Bringing the queen over would have kept the a4 protected.
Imagine a queen being on h6 right now. That would be devastating. A queen and a rook combo is what Fabi needs. 2 rooks are going to have a hard time actually picking off weaknesses. I think this was a very serious mistake, actually, by Fabi, even more than the eval bar reflects.
Yeah.
Mark my words. I know it's still +2, but he just lost the thread right there.
Well, I think you could argue, Danya, the best move is rook back to a1.
You could definitely argue that.
I mean, and then fix your mistake, right your wrong, put the queen on c1, bring it to h1, and get surgical.
But that's one of the hardest things to do. Gregory Kaidanov calls that saying sorry.
Yeah, it's super hard to apologize when and we
I'm
see
up 3-1.
You were right. He doesn't say sorry. It's too late, according to Justin Bieber.
Bishop
and
B8.
This advantage has disappeared.
I mean, I just don't understand the zen behind the rook trade and why Jose is not playing bishop e8. I guess now Fabi wants to bring his queen in through b1 to h1 to h6. I'm pretty sure that's his idea.
But a5 is hanging, and then c3, and whose king is in more danger?
And rook e8 also possible, and the king could go slink away further toward the queen side, which he does.
No, as much
back to e7 it goes.
What?
I don't know about that.
Why do that?
You know what I would seriously consider? Here's the move e5.
I want the same thing. e5 takes, and then like rook h6 almost, or bishop d3 to e4.
Yeah.
I would consider bishop d3 first on you too, just as a way to potentially prepare e5. You also open up the second range, maybe for the queen to slide over.
I love that move, and it's more flexible than going e5. But I feel like Fabi is getting antsy, and if he's getting antsy, he'll want action. If he wants action, he'll go e5. I vote e5.
He does it. Looks like Fabi's in control. Take that, Caruana.
That's right. That's what you get for that tone.
That's what
Bishop
you get,
d3.
Caruana. Fabi's in control. Bishop d3. Okay, jokes aside, though, Danya, as much as, okay, I didn't want this game to slip away for Fabiano or Josman. Don't really care, but I am excited to see that what we thought would happen could happen, and that this was a very hard position to convert. It was never as easy as you would have thought, and that's a good lesson for anyone watching the game, that just because the computer says white's great with a space advantage doesn't mean the game is won yet.
Yeah, and I mean, we've discussed at length, I've discussed at length that one of the areas in which players have improved the most, maybe the area in which players have improved the most, apart from opening preparation, is defensive skill, tenacity.
Yeah.
In the 50s, a top GM might actually resign that position. And I'm not exaggerating. It's just, it was a different, players didn't perceive the richness that exists in almost any position. But Josman was about to run out of time.
Uh-oh. And bet hangs b7. Can you just take b7?
I believe you can.
I think that's
rook b8.
Rook b8, queen a7, and now there's threats of bishop f5.
Yeah, there's one check on b2, which doesn't do anything. And then black king is surrounded. He doesn't play it. He trusts him.
He takes the bluff. He doesn't take it. He believes it.
Yeah, but this is still bishop f5 is coming, and white is chiseling his way into the paint. Queen h1 is also possible. Let's not forget about that one.
Yep. Sliding into h5 where you hit both f7 and g5.
Now I feel like there's no way Jose holds this with 10 seconds. He tries to open up the center, activate his queen.
Too little, too late. Here comes queen h5. Even queen h6, by the way.
Still rook f8.
But there's d6 check in a lot of positions.
But then and g5 falls.
Yeah, I think queen h6 was the most accurate.
Queen f6 maybe, but then again d6. Oh, what a tactic! And the rook takes f7 with a deflection.
D6,
1 second
queen
move.
d6, rook f7. Love that.
Beautiful, and it's going to happen. Okay, Jose's not going to take the pawn, but
right, d6, king d8, and then Fabi has to choose. Maybe just rook f7 there.
Yeah. Queen b6.
Oh,
apparently
wow.
That was
Queen
the best
b6.
move.
Even better. Is queen d6 just mating?
Bishop b6 and take that bishop.
No, take f7 first, and then take e6 with the queen. Oh, he doesn't do it, but I think that was best.
How does he escape the checks? I mean, there are multiple ways. You can block with the queen. That's the simplest. Not the fastest, but the simplest, and it's over.
Yeah. Wow.
By and large, with the exception of a couple of mistakes, a clinical effort by Fabi. Rook h6 and he goes back to d1 and to d6. That's brutal.
Yeah, you can. Okay. Queen d5 offers the queen trade and the mate on f7. That's enough to take it home. And wow. Okay. I guess in the end, the space advantage did pay off, right? The execution of the attack on the h file, while it was not played in the most accurate fashion, eventually Fabi did right the wrong of moving the rook first by getting the queen over there, and that was enough for black to fall apart. Yeah,
and it's rare that a player exploits just like Jose had maybe one chance the entire game. And I mean, you can't expect him to, play 7 perfect moves when his king is wide open in the center. Again, by and large, an excellent game by Fabiano. This bodes very well for his chances in the semifinals.
Well, and speaking of the semifinals, before we send it to a break, I don't know if we can take a quick peek at the bracket, if that's been updated. We've got the 4 players still standing. If you're just tuning in, lucky for you, plenty of action ahead. Hikaru Nakamura will take on Alexander Grischuk when we return, followed by Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. Those 2 guys are friends, often training together. So kind of fun to see those 2 guys throw down after Nakamura and Grischuk. Wow. Danya, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else but here right now, because at my house, my kids are probably comatose. Way too many peeps have probably been consumed. And so I can't wait to see what's in store for us this Sunday afternoon. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We'll be right back.
Oh, yes, we will.
4 people left in a world where only one can win the Rapid Chess Championship. 4 men await their destiny. Hikaru and Nakamura will face off against Alexander Grischuk.
No. It's a team game against Alexander and Grischuk.
It's a team game. We've
Right,
got
hand in
Hikaru
ring.
Nakamura taking on Alexander Grischuk in just moments, everybody. Followed, of course, as we said, by Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. This has been a day of some interesting moments. Daniel, we've had a couple of players clearly not just be at their best, right? And that's okay, right?
Yeah.
You know, as they say, form is temporary, class is permanent. But then we've had guys like Hikaru and Fabiano, 2 guys just off the top of my head, as well as Levon especially, just play some absolutely phenomenal chess.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a tale of openings. And I feel like this game, in this game, a lot is going to be decided by the opening. And Grischuk clearly did not expect D4 because Hikaru has been relying virtually all the time on his knight F3, B3 setup. And are we going to see a Berlin draw? We actually might. Hikaru actually might take a Berlin draw to get it to the blitz.
Really?
Well, first let's wait for Grischuk to move.
But that's interesting. Now Grischuk has to think twice before he does it. Are we about
I would
to have
not rule out, because yes, Hikaru will be black, but he might believe that he's so much better in blitz that he would take it. I can guarantee you look at him. That's Hikaru pose number 6. Should I take the draw? Right. I mean,
should I take the draw or not? Right. He's contemplating big decisions. Not to be confused with the Hikaru Nakamura number 11. Danya was right. Look, it turns out he does avoid the draw.
Right. I mean, I could take the draw. You know, with that being said, you know, I will blag in the next game. You know, Sasha, it does have a reference with white, so I think I'm going to try to press.
You put the right emphasis on the right syllable, and I think that's a big part because Hikaru has a certain type of way he dictates, you know, the words as they come out of his mouth. So I will applaud you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so instead we get not an Italian, but a flexible Italian-esque structure, as happens often when white plays the 4D3 anti-Berlin, as they call it. I love the anti-Berlin.
Anything that's against the
anything
Berlin,
that's not that really exciting forced draw we commentated on multiple times yesterday. Hikaru knows his stuff, so this has been interesting, right? He played E4 rather than his knight F3 B3, caught Grischuk by surprise, thought it over, decided he is going to play for a win here as white, or at least not immediately allow it for a draw. But I think with Hikaru, there's no middle ground. If he doesn't, if he made up his mind he was going to go for the draw, he would have already done it. Like I think he's going to press for white.
No, obviously, yeah.
And now he's showing that he's got a little bit little bit cooked up at home as well with this A4 move.
Well, the thing is, Hikaru essentially pioneered a lot of the cutting edge setups with black here. I mean, he's been playing the Berlin forever, and you know he's faced all of these A4 moves and rook E1s and D5s and E5s. So I feel like he has a very good finger on the pulse of what is the most annoying line for black to face. That is the one advantage of playing a line with both colors.
Yep. No, it's true, actually. When we think of people who play these positions on the white side super effectively, maybe pioneered a lot of the ideal setups, you think of Fabiano Caruana, but then you think of a guy who was often on the other side of that, really showing innovative and creative ways. I feel like Hikaru had so many games on the black side of these Italians where he's just a little bit worse for a long time, and then somehow all the pieces come to life on the king side. The F file opens, the bishop on A7 gets involved, and black does well.
Or he the game with Esipenko comes to mind from the first FIDE
Grand Prix.
Grand Prix. Yeah, I mean where he was just busted the whole game, and then all of his pieces came to life. And then his second game with Grand Prix game with Esipenko, very similar narrative. As he contemplates where to put his bishop, E2 or B1, or knight C4 is another candidate move, going for dynamic piece activity rather than trying to give the bishop.
I kind of like knight C4. I have a feeling that's going to be his choice here. Knight C4.
Maybe rook A3, another interesting move.
Knight C4 can really help white pieces sort of unfurl, right? Right now they're clogged, but I had a feeling this would be Hikaru's choice.
Dang,
Knight D3, Queen D3, Bishop
G3.
G5. This feels like the kind of game Hikaru wants to get into.
Yes, he wants things sharp, and he wants to play aggressively, and obviously he wants to make Sasha Grischuk. I think Bishop G5 begs to be played here.
Yeah, Bishop G5 feels good. He's again, this is not Hikaru Nakamura number 11 where he's looking up, but it's the same type of pose, which is why it's number 12 right after. This is head in hand, not because he's upset, but because he's trying to recall preparation. And even if you're not exactly calling to your mind the moves you prepared, the type of position you want in the middle game, where the pieces should be set up is sort of key in terms of what he's thinking about. He decides to keep the bishop here.
Can I, on the topic of, Bishop B1, very interesting. So he decides that later on, he saves the bishop for a rainy day in case he ever goes E5. I can tell you about an inside joke I had with my brother on the topic of thinking poses during chess games. So when my parents would come around the tournament to watch, my brother and I would want to make a good impression that we're not walking around the playing hall sitting at the board.
Shout out to brother Alan, by the way. Love that guy.
I will clip that and ship it to him. But
we know he doesn't watch these shows, so you're going to have to relay my regards personally, but go ahead.
He did watch the Bullet Chess Championship.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he is 2100, so I've been trying to get him to play a tournament for like 6 years. But anyways, so we would have a code name. We would call this pulling or like doing an Einstein.
Okay.
Because when we were little, like Einstein was sort of synonymous with looking very smart and sophisticated, like you're cooking up ideas.
Right.
So pulling an Einstein would be grabbing your head in your hands and like leaning over the board and pretending that you're about to explode with ideas.
Right.
And of course that was all an act. And then the moment, the watchful eyes left the room, get up and start walking around the playing hall again.
Yep. Yep. Okay, Bishop G4. Grischuk says you're not the only one who can pin a knight on the F file.
Oh, I mentioned this move.
What a tricky move.
It actually exists in a couple of Ruy Lopez lines, like the Zaitsev. Actually, the main line of the Zaitsev, white plays rook A3. But something about this looks mighty flimsy. Just white's pieces are currently all pushed back, and
I don't see the immediate tactic, but it obviously the eval bar said, "Hey, not so fast to the rook." What do we think is Black's best chance to take advantage of this? It's not so obvious.
Well, the Silicon Fiend prefers C6, ripping open the center.
And I guess one of the points is if you take with the pawn, are you taking back with the knight so that you gain a tempo? Is that it? Or you take?
You know who else preferred C6?
Grischuk.
How did you know?
Well, I mean,
of all the grandmasters you could name, you magically named Grischuk. Wow.
He's often just at the tip of the tongue all the time, just thinking of Grischuk on a regular basis.
Incredible. Hikaru's worse.
But what is the idea though? If D takes C6, is it knight takes C6 with tempo, but then white can play rook D3?
Oh, that actually attacks the rook. I didn't even notice that. But then knight takes
I figured
E4.
that. I mean, and then you just take E4. Okay, and because the rook on D3 blocks the bishop on B1.
Whoa.
Yep.
And if you move your rook back, then there's knight D4. You mentioned this. At the very least, if not something more, such as D5, just blasting everything open, and white is just in pain here.
No, I'm glad we looked at it because the eval bar suggested there was something, but that's obviously a huge advantage for us. Grischuk finds C6 all on his own with no help from the eval bar, but now we see why. The key point of the tactic is that the bishop gains a tempo on the rook when the knight retreats with capturing, and then you can't go to D3 without E4 falling. Hikaru in a bit of trouble here suddenly after the move C6.
I think the culprit was actually Bishop B1. I think he overthought it. I mean, I just think Bishop G5 looks so much freer. And maybe this is not the objective mistake, but this is more up Hikaru's alley. I think he tried something a little too fancy, and now his pieces are totally unequipped to handle the opening of the center as he plays H3. Trying to kick that bishop away.
D5 pawn though, so he's all in on compensation now. I mean,
well, I don't see much compensation after. Oh, he plays ED.
I think
thought he would take the bishop.
His point is, look, I'm going to lose the d5 pawn. Maybe the computer says black is great, but my rook will swing over on the third rank. I've got a couple of pesky bishops staring down the king side. Come on, man. Where's my highlights? I mean, dude, you're supposed to.
Yeah, but I'm not taking. Yeah, but I'm not taking f3. That's why I'm not highlighting it. You're making a presupposition that is untrue, and so you don't deserve the highlights.
You're like, I have the mouse, Daniel, and you do not. And then I'm like, no one calls me Daniel.
That's right, Daniel.
Okay.
Now, do you see what he played? Is it bishop takes f3?
No, he played bishop h5, right?
Didn't think so.
Yeah.
a5.
Yeah, something about this just feels super artificial, right? It's like white is trying to do too many things at once here.
Knight bd5, I mean, and then queen c7, rook e8.
Yep.
This looks horrendous for white.
I think you're right. I think Hikaru, and it's funny because it was the only move he really spent time on in the opening was bishop b1, and we always say how that's funny how we end up taking time and kind of can outthink ourselves.
Well, there is the old adage. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you go.
There is the old adage about, you know, your worst opening. You are the worst playing against openings that you yourself like and play, and it's kind of true with me to an extent. For example, I'm terrible against the King's Indian, always been, and can't explain it. It's just you have such an emotional connection to the opening that playing against it. I'm not too big into the psychological mumbo jumbo, but I think you understand what I'm saying.
Yep.
There's something about it that's
Kaidanov, when I was working with him, said the same thing, and there's a concrete reason to it, which is that you're calculating and giving your opponent's threats actually too much credit, right? You're consistently thinking too prophylactically, right? And that can cause you to overthink and just not be at your normal self, right? Your intuition is a little bit off kilter when you're giving your opponent's threats too much credit.
Yeah, that's actually a very profound point. But Sasha, the one thing that could trip him up here is the clock.
Classic. How many times has that been said? Can someone clip what Danya just, the one thing that could trip Sasha up here is the clock, or is his time, or whatever. How many times has that been said in the history of chess commentary?
Probably as many games as he's played. And apparently not the best move, Queen E8, but I can understand why he played it.
Yeah, getting the queens off the board makes white's life just horrible, right? D5 then falls with no stress. A5 is still weak. So I can understand why he played Queen E8 as well.
Yeah, and Hikaru might have no choice but to swap, then maybe throw in G2, G4, trade the light squared bishops, and, you know, play a miserable pawn down endgame. But, you know, Hikaru's track record in miserable pawn down endgames is probably over 50%.
Well, we didn't expand on the point too much last game where you talked about, because of course Fabiano ended up just putting the game away. But right before that, we were kind of singing Martinez praises for staying in the game despite being worse. And you know, a generation of players who are way more resourceful. They persevere, not to take anything away from our forefathers of the 50s, 60s, 70s. But the truth is grandmasters weren't as tough. And it's partly because they weren't raised by computers who showed us there's always a chance. There's always something tricky, and there's always something to look out for. And I think Hikaru, playing so much online chess in his career, he was, you know, everyone made jokes, raised on ICC, right, as a kid, probably played 1 million chess games without exaggerating. You know, he just developed this knack for finding resourceful tricks, which is why he tends to hold tough positions on such a regular basis in these events.
Hold and win. I mean, there was that one RCC where he went, I think, 4-0 in positions where he was minus like 3 or minus 4. Hess and I counted, or more at one point. It was absurd. He didn't give up a single draw.
He's down a pawn here, and it also is just such an easy pawn for Grischuk. He has the pawn and the compensation. I'm not sure there's a single minor piece that favors white here.
No, that's a good point. And Grischuk's also up a minute on the clock. That's probably never been said before. That's been said like 3 times. Okay, here's G4. And we're going to have a trade.
Yeah, it's a nice trade for black. Get the light square bishops off for your back rank.
Okay, so now the question for black is how to extricate the knight from b4, because the b7, you don't want to give up b7, obviously. So do you go rook e7? I guess rook e7 makes sense, and then perhaps knight back to c6.
Yeah, I like that. I like the way you
I think
Anya.
He should play it quickly. Thank you, Danny. Goes rook e4. No.
That's a good move too, right? I mean,
something about it though. Knight. Wait, what if Hikaru goes knight e3? What my problem with this move is that after the trade, that knight on b4 is going to get stuck in no man's land.
Yeah.
And the rook is going to be attached. I actually really don't like rook e4. I feel like Grischuk is trying to reinvent the wheel.
But concretely, where do you put the knight? I mean, Hikaru backs it up, and can't he just?
But knight e3 was the point.
Knight e3, because that would have made rook e7 not possible. But Hikaru likes your idea. He wants to bring, yeah, exactly. He wants to bring a knight to c2. Anything he can do to get after b7.
Very tricky. Very, very tricky. Now,
but, okay,
Sasha could still
make up for his mistake now with rook e7. Yeah.
Yeah, you could play rook e7 and meet knight c2 with knight c6. I mean, that seems pretty natural to me.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's on his radar. I mean, if he saw it, I think he would have played it already. It's just one of those things. Oh, I guess I'm wrong.
No, I like rook e7. You know, he's willing to say sorry. You know, it's not too late to say sorry for Grischuk. He's willing to admit when he makes a mistake.
Right. Knight c4. The card trying to bring his pieces back into civilization. He's down a pawn. Difficult position, but hard to break white down here. I mean, believe it or not, white is quite solid. That sounds like a crazy thing to say.
And is Hikaru going to play knight d3? Is that a trade he wants?
It depends where the rest of black's pieces are. Yeah, because like knight d3, okay, wait, they're repeating moves. Grischuk is obviously not going to repeat.
No, Hikaru will play knight a3 and ask him what's next.
Yeah, I feel like Sasha is flailing around a little bit. I mean, rook e7, knight c4, maybe bring the knight back to c6. I felt like that is the idea of rook e7, but then there's your move, rook d3. Somehow he's making it so hard for him.
This is what he does. This is what Hikaru does. And now he's up on the clock, where at one point he was down almost 90 seconds. I mean, knight c4, okay, king e6, I was about to say.
It's a nice move. Defending everything.
Yeah, key.
Okay. Now knight d3 has to be considered. Goes knight g2. So tricky.
Knight g2. He wants f4. That's actually a good move by Hikaru too, because he kind of points out that while black's pieces all look great where they are now, try to move a single one of them without something bad happening.
Right.
Right. It's actually a really tough spot for black to unwind.
You could try, yeah, king d7 and king back to c8, and that would relieve the rook's duties. Oh, that's where he was going.
It's a big duty.
Ooh.
Yeah, to guard b7. A duty fit for a king. Goes back to e4, knight a3. But now the knights aren't connected, so there's no threat of knight c2.
And he goes g5, and now the knight gets tossed around. Knight f5, there's g6. It's the benefit of having doubled pawns. Uh-oh.
Yeah, the pawns are really restricted there.
Rook d4 there was really strong.
Rook d4?
Yeah, instead of rook e8. Because black or white just has no moves. I mean, if you go king e2, you get smashed with knight f4. If you move your bishop back, I mean, black is starting to infiltrate and white's position crumbles without the rook.
Crazy.
So apparently that was winning in any case. Now Hikaru is still in it.
Knight back to c3. The trade hits f6 and b4 at the same time.
This makes it a little bit easier to play for black, but it doesn't necessarily make it easier to make progress.
Right. Yeah, I mean, black is in control, and if he offered a draw, I mean, Hikaru would take. He would never. But my point is, black is playing for two results, but the plan is not clear at all.
No,
What
Maybe
does
get the
this do?
bishop to e5 first, I think. Just centralize
Okay.
it so that bishop stands sentinel over the whole position.
I
But
love
it
that
all
idea, actually.
reverts back to the same question. Like, when push comes to shove, what are you going to do? But now bishop f4 maybe.
Bishop f4, he'll just play bishop e1. Just sit tight.
That is
Next
terrifying, though.
Is knight f3. He's almost under a minute on the clock.
Yeah, this is not... It's unbelievable. Sasha's not made a dent. He's down to a minute 5.
I don't see a clear plan for black. I mean, okay, like if I have unlimited time, well, actually, even then, what do we do? Okay, he plays bishop. I think Hikaru will just play bishop e1. Just sit tight. Yep, here comes knight to f3.
Great move. And if Grischuk gets too low on the clock, I mean, you better strap yourself in, because Hikaru's knight, frequently has superpowers.
Yeah.
Rook e4, great move. I think he's swinging it to the back rank. That might be the pathway to making progress.
I like that, actually, a lot.
Hikaru doesn't have a lot of time either.
Knight f3, rook a4, king e2.
Right.
Because rook a1, now the bishop isn't pinned. I don't even see what I do on rook a1.
Well, knight d4 check.
Okay, knight d4, and I have to keep my eye on the b7 pawn. King c5, you have knight e6.
But Hikaru doesn't like something about it. There's something about knight f... Okay, he finally plays it. Bishop e5 to stop knight d4.
And now rook a4 is much stronger.
Ooh, and this is a great configuration by Sasha. I think he found the ideal piece placement. Now we can go rook c4, rook c2, or rook a4, rook a2.
Rook c4, I like that idea better. King e2 is probably met by knight. No.
Rook c2, there's king d3. He wants b5. He wants to trade rooks.
Rook b5 is a really strong idea, actually. Rook b5 will force the rooks off the board, or otherwise b2 falls.
Hikaru could try to attain counterplay on the other side with h4.
It's probably his best chance, but h4, gh, knight h, and then g5. It's happening. It's happening.
Not sure what exactly he's... Okay, but he's got his knight, but that doesn't help. Rook b5.
Yeah, rook b5 looks great. He plays it.
And Hikaru's going to lose all of his pawns.
The wheels are coming off now.
They're starting to. It's still not entirely convincing. Bishop b2, knight d6 check, so maybe knight b4. Another great move by Sasha. He's on the verge here. d5. Forcing the king back.
Man, that's a key move. I wasn't even looking for it.
Now he's going to return to c6. Or at this point, he could probably take b2, but no need for that.
If he takes b2, there's knight d6 check, and b7, b4, the king's kind of overworked.
Knight c6, knight d4 check, and knight b3. Knight d4 check and knight b3 wins the game.
Yeah.
Sasha
probably
doesn't
the
see
cleanest, actually.
Or does he?
Knight d4 check, king g2, knight... Oh, no, he keeps the pieces on the board. He's only at 10 seconds, by the way.
Hikaru will make it as difficult as it is humanly and inhumanly possible, but this is just dead winning. No counterplay, king coming to b3. Both pawns are going to be eliminated here. And now Grischuk with that idea, knight b3.
It's a little bit slower, though. It's funny because it's not nearly as ideal.
Doesn't matter.
Now the d pawn can push.
No, he wins the bishop. That's it. D2. Goodbye, bishop, and that's the game.
He's got 10 seconds. I don't even think Hikaru can make this tricky enough to trip up Sasha.
No, knight b3, and you just autopilot it. Knight takes a5, bishop b5. I mean...
Wow, it looks like Alexander Grischuk will extract his revenge from last week's Rapid Chess Championship, and he sends the #1 seed, Hikaru Nakamura, home here. What a clean game there from Sasha, and I think you highlighted it well at the start. It was an opening where Hikaru was never comfortable, right? Like got himself on the wrong foot voluntarily with this bishop b1, rook a3 idea, and just couldn't bounce back.
And it was wire to wire. You know, the moment Grischuk played c6, he didn't let Hikaru go. From that moment onwards, there were some ups and downs, obviously. It's a rapid game, but it was an exquisite technical effort
It's funny, that C6 idea I have on the board, because I remembered a funny comment from chat when you said that. It was like Rook A3 was played, and then the eval bar goes in, and someone was like, yeah, obviously it's C6 because of the engine, but that's not an obvious move. And I think the reason Sasha found it so quickly is because it is kind of an idea you play for when you do these knight b4 maneuvers. Eventually you try to undermine the center with this type of idea. And I think that allowed him to spot it so effectively.
Yeah. And after that, it was all, it wasn't one-sided, but Grischuk just kept chiseling and, kept intensifying the initiative. He won the pawn, and, an excellent job in the end game, keeping his composure and severe time pressure.
Yep. Well, like you said, he gets a ton of credit because, as you highlighted, last week, Ewan has counted 3 or 4 times, or 2 weeks ago, 3 or 4 times Hikaru won positions where he was down by about 3 points. But Grischuk does not let Nakamura off the hook. He punches his ticket into today's RCC final, and he will await the winner of Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. We have a thriller up ahead in store. Don't go anywhere. More Rapid Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase returns in just a minute.
Yeah, this is not what you want. Rook b5. You have to play like this.
Could this be a draw?
It should be, but I'm worried. Even if Fabiano's ahead in the clock, I'm worried for his time.
Yeah, but if he might play rook takes c5 at some point.
Oh!
What an idea!
Okay, but it actually helps black
But
out.
it's not going with the a-file. Now black's got activity. No, it's going to backfire for Fabi. Knight takes a4. Now Sergey's rooks are streaming in.
Yes, here comes the first one, and then the second one, rook g1 check. I think he missed rook g1.
F6, huge
Queen
h7.
Queen h7.
Queen h6. Now Fabi's queen is running amok.
Okay, c5.
It's c5. Here he comes from the other side. D6.
D6.
No.
Queen e4 mate. It's mate. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Look at Fabiano. You always say you drink water when you do something right.
Oh
that is the Fabiano finale, the knockout punch. That is checkmate on the board, and Fabiano sails through.
We are back with the Rapid Chess Championship, which is presented by Coinbase, and Coinbase is the partner you see before your eyes. Go to coinbase.com/chess, where you can learn and earn, get your free Bitcoin, do the things that they do. Julie, do the thing. Get the crypto, Julie. Do you know what I'm referencing now, Danya? We love you, Coinbase. We love you.
I am sorry to report that I do not. I mean, at least tell me what the reference is from. It's the least
Avatar, but not The Last Airbender. The Legend of Korra, the follow-up.
I saw the original Avatar.
The sequel series. Last Airbender is great, but anyway, the Korra was okay, hit and miss in some spots. Overall, I'll give it a passing grade. Any Hooters, who are we going to give the best grade at the end of today's RCC is still open for debate. It's funny, I was chatting with YouTube, Danya, at the break, and I thought of something that I thought of a little bit ago and didn't say it because I didn't think it would be relevant, but I wondered whether Grischuk's tough battle against Vidit would kind of have him a little more ready to face Hikaru, where sometimes when you have an easy first round game, have you ever had that experience where like you win a first round in a tournament and then you look back and go like, ended up not being a good tournament, where sometimes you have a really tough game and then you end up having maybe a game you shouldn't have even won and you end up going on to play really great chess over that week. I feel like there was something about that game that just felt like Hikaru was not himself in that opening, and Grischuk was on form there. Maybe he's really well suited to win today now.
And that last thing you mentioned is so true. You have a game or a match where you feel like you got fortunate, and after that, you're determined to make the most out of your experience. You don't just want that good luck to go to waste.
Right.
And Grischuk is not letting it go to waste. The game has begun. Levon doing some stretches and an English by Mr. Caruana.
And part of the debate happened because someone on YouTube said that they feel like Levon, of all the players, has shown the best form today. And I was like, well, Levon showed great form. He also had, I think an opponent who didn't have a great opening. Fabiano played great. But that made me think of the storyline in hindsight between Hikaru and Grischuk there, where Hikaru, obviously had a very easy game against Zhang, whereas Grischuk had such a tough fight, a match, if you missed it, that went all the way to Armageddon against Vidit Gujrathi. So anyway, Grischuk now awaits the winner of the matchup here. We will see who gets the better of these two good friends, Fabiano and Levon.
Yeah, and a very sort of calm English, black responding with kind of a King's Indian structure. And this move A3, of course, can be put to good use in terms of preparing the typical English queenside pawn storm that starts with B4.
Yep.
Yeah, so far pretty tame stuff. Okay, D5,
Okay.
Grunfeld.
I like it. Now we get the full reverse Sicilian dragon. Right?
Yeah, I guess
Kind of.
that's the closest that it is.
I mean, the structure is a Sicilian reversed. The queen on D5 is slightly awkward.
It's funny, I never liked these positions with black, largely because I always feel like white's play is so much easier. White just goes like bishop B3, rook C1, and then there's all these maneuvers. And black's position is a little bit flimsy, but Levon seems to know what he's doing.
Well, one of the key points that changes that is when black can put the knight on D4 in these structures, you get that Marco Hop structure transition where a trade on D4, ED4, the E2 pawn is weak. And that's just a very typical idea for white for white in a classical dragon, right? That's what I'm speaking from, having lost more than a few games to a positional grind where someone put a knight on D5, I traded on D5, they took with the E pawn, and I had this weak E7 pawn. Yeah, I know very well the difficulties there.
No, that is a classic idea. Queen B5 has given Fabiano pause.
Yeah.
Queen C2 would be one way to prevent, or at least discourage knight D4, because C7 would hang in the end.
Yeah, the queen on B5 is weird. If you could make a bunch of moves for black, like put the black pawn from A7 to A4, the black bishop on E6, a rook on E8 or D8, and then do knight D4. I like how Levon is playing this position, but can you get all those things?
Well, he starts with A5.
Yep.
Bishop B3, that's the typical developing move. And you could go knight D4 at any point before all of those moves are played. So that's something that Levon has to constantly think about. I feel like there's no like massive rush. He should at least complete his development with bishop e6 before he starts thinking. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, bishop e6. You're threatened to maybe put a piece on it on b3. If you like it, then you better put a piece on it. You know.
I do.
In fact, in this case, if you like it and you put a piece on it, you might not be able to keep it there because the white knight will come to d2, I think, and attack the bishop, unleashing g2 as well. So you're not really threatening, I think, to play bishop e6. You kind of want to play a4. You're just trying to control that square more than actually use it.
There's a funny move, bishop a2, with the express intention of going after the b2 pawn. I'm incredibly skeptical about it. At the very least, white has queen c1. And in the ensuing endgame, not only does white win the pawn back, but black's whole queenside is in shambles.
Yeah.
So just, okay, so there's following the Danny Rensch method, getting his pawn to a4.
I feel like I have I don't know why. I feel I love that we're opposing. You said you kind of like white in these types of structures. I like black in these types of structures, which is the opposite color of which I've normally faced it, as I played the dragon for way too many years that I'm happy to admit. I was a full dragon addict. Once a dragon addict, always a dragon addict, still recovering.
No, I get it. I mean, Najdorf, same thing.
Yeah.
Once a Najdorf addict, always a Najdorf addict. Love the last move by Fabi, b3. He understands that the most important thing right now is to open the b file. Even if it results in a weak a3 pawn, the threats of knight c5 and rook takes b7 are going to be massive.
Sorry about that. I was pouring my coconut water. I rarely drink coconut water during commentary, but when I do, I prefer it out of a Hikaru Nakamura Bon Club mug.
Every time you take a sip, I have to take a sip. It's like a Pavlovian response almost.
Yeah. It's what is it? It's the sympathetic, the tribal, when someone yawns, if you don't yawn, that means you're a sociopath. You ever hear that one?
I have heard like the tendency to yawn, somebody else is yawning, but I need to watch it. I ate the worst commentary, like during commentary snack ever, which was these peanut butter filled pretzels.
Dude, everyone knows you don't put peanut butter in your mouth when you're trying to talk. I learned that lesson so many times, but now, wow.
I committed a rookie mistake. I couldn't resist. They're so good. Okay, so sorry. B3 No. We don't have to get serious. We don't actually have to commentate. Like,
I love how bad my influence is over you. Someone said earlier in the chat there was tension between us. And I was like, "What are you? You're reading something that's not there." Me and Danya love each other. Now, when I commentate with Hess, there is real tension.
That's right. Yeah, it's too much for my frail sensibilities to bear.
All right, B3 is played. I agree with you, though. I love that move from Fabiano because if you're going to take advantage of the awkward things that Black is trying to do, you have to do it before the move knight a5 is coming. If we want to back up and show, or both knight a5 and knight d4 were potentially coming quickly. And I think that playing b3, opening the b file, right, so that b7's a target, while the queen is awkward. This was perfectly timed by Fabiano, and we can see that Levon agrees, which is why he's taking his time.
I have been sort of casually thinking about what Black should do this entire time, and I cannot come up with a single move that's even halfway satisfactory, because White's just converging on the queen side, ba, knight e4, knight c5, and then once b7 falls, the whole position collapses. It's amazing that a move like b3 can produce this profound of an effect on Black's position, but it does.
Yeah. And it's funny, too, because structurally, if it wasn't for the tempi that White gains on the queen, the a3 pawn is really weak. And the rook is right there, right? Ready to pounce, but it's not so simple.
He's made a decision.
He does ultimately play knight d4.
Okay, so the obvious move here is ba. And then he can definitely snag b7.
But a3 falls. Also, e2 is hanging if you don't part ways with the bishop pair.
So you can part ways with the bishop pair. I mean, I would.
You have to, right? Because I think takes. If everything is
going to happen.
I thought I would take d1 first. Take d1 and then take a3. So then rook c7. I have rook a2 at the end. But okay, I mean, it's
on the board.
Okay.
So now the big question, queen a3 or queen d1. This is incredibly nasty. The bishop on g7 is also I mean, has seen better days. Let's put it that way. Oof.
Ooh, that's a move
Cold-blooded
you're
move.
not happy to play, even though you hold on to the pawn. You're threatening to take d1 and win a3. How do you deal with that, actually?
Well, you could play queen c1, queen a3, rook c7, I guess.
Uh-huh.
But then I guess black takes everything on c1 and then plays rook a2. You don't want to give black his activity on the second rank, because if you do, the extra pawn is not going to be felt.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very hard decision here that white has to make. I think rook fc was a great move.
Yeah, poses some awkward questions to white. White is up a pawn, but how do you hold on to that edge without a3 falling or heading to an endgame where black's compensation is more than enough? With the rook on a2, if you have to defend the knight on d2 because moving it loses the e2 pawn, just very tough for white. I mean, there's like bishop h6 coming for black there. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. And is that the best approach? The engine agrees. Look at Fabiano doing what he does. That must be what?
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, it must be Caruana making those moves, because I don't know that Fabi would have found that.
No, there's no way he would have found that. There's just none. And the thing is, what's great about this is that it totally restricts the activity of black's rooks. And what about bishop f8 here? I think he's going to play bishop f8. And he might even win this pawn back, but white maintains the pressure. He does play bishop f8.
It's the opposite effect, right? White would rather give that pawn back, but be better, right, than be up a pawn with the black rook on a2.
Yeah, now essentially white is just playing without any risk.
Mm-hmm.
This is very pleasant.
But where's the knight's path, right? d4 is a target, but if you go to attack it, I think black will play c5. What's
right?
I'm struggling to do that thing that our good uncle Yermo taught us, right? If I'm visualizing white's structure, I want my knight here, my bishop here, and then I can make progress here. Like I haven't found it yet.
So what if you start with knight b3?
Okay.
And then I'm trying to provoke c5, and then I just go back to d2. I don't think black is going to go c5 here. I honestly, I think I don't see what white's threat is, like what white's next move is.
Mm-hmm.
But at least this keeps the bishop and the rook at bay by making contact with the d4 pawn.
I mean, probably if you play knight b3, black will have to take it and go take his chances in the obscure bishop ending.
Yeah, but here I'm going to plant my bishop on d5. And even without the pawn, it's not that easy because of the light square control that I have.
No, totally. Totally, bro.
Absolutely, man. Right on.
Right on. Caruana really making this one tough for Fabi.
Caruana's still thinking, down to 4.5 minutes.
I agree with the comment in chat, though. Fabi's hair looking this big makes you feel like he has a big brain.
Well, he does, so.
I know he has a big brain. Like, Fabi Fivehead, as they called him back in high school. Fivehead Fob. But, oh, look at this, though. I love that maneuver. You stop c5 with the bishop, poke the d4 pawn. Bishop c5, I think, is kind of forced. Again, right. I know there's not a knockout, but it feels like white is holding all the cards here.
White is holding all the cards, and white has a gazillion ideas here. And if a single pawn falls, there's the potential that the whole position will collapse. And now Aronian has to make several difficulties. First of all, knight e6, bishop d7 is a threat.
I was going to say, if the bishop leaves that diagonal, bishop d7 comes anyway.
Bishop f5, bishop d5, bishop a2. I mean, that's not a panacea either.
If bishop a2, bishop d7, if bishop f5, bishop d5. If you sit tight, we're taking e6 and shake and bake on d7. So bishop
b6
okay,
is a very interesting concept. Just trapping the rook. Now, you're not going to be able to attack it. The point is just to keep it from ever re-entering the game. And you're basically saying, okay, how are you going to win this endgame? How are you ever getting this rook off of b7? He played it. I think
Man,
Fabi.
Danya, you crazy, bro. That's profit number 3 on the day. Look at that. Man, Danya be crazy. Danya be acting crazy, yo.
That's my job. I'm just
dude. That's a crazy, awesome idea. Trapping the rook that probably secures the draw for Levon. I don't know how you
look at the eval bar 1.5. Yeah, mind 5-6 head. Okay, so are there any actual winning chances? Right, let me think about this.
Yeah, you have to use F, G, and H. Like you have to kind of think about it from a 3-on-2 majority, right? You put your bishop on E4 if you can, because then at least the rook is guarded.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think he had the right idea. That's much better than C4, by the way, everybody, because otherwise there's chances your rook is trapped. So actually, this is exactly the type of setup I was thinking of. You put the bishop on E4, you use the 3-on-2 majority, and if you create enough of a hassle, if that rook ever leaves the 8th rank, the white rook will not miss his chance to play rook B8. So this is actually brilliant by Fabi.
But I'm very pessimistic about the rook ever leaving. I don't feel like you can create enough of a hassle, because even if you go, a G4, F5, I'll take it, and worst comes to worst, Black will send his king over to F6 to supervise, whatever shenanigans are going on there. And even with White's king, even if White manages to somehow get his king all around to the queen side, it's still impossible to extricate the rook. It's crazy.
That's fair.
I think we're going to go to a blitz.
An exchange sack on B6, even if you win the bishop and the pawn, is not going to really give any winning chance. No, you're right. Okay, so bishop on E4. I'm trying to visualize. I advance all 3 pawns up the board. There's one line I think I can prove you wrong in it, and it's a position where the bishop's on E4, Danya. I have pawns on F4, G4, and H4. My king's on G3. And I play H5, and when you take it, I play G5 as the response, so that I can play King H4 and take H5 with my king.
Oh, and F5, F6 is coming.
In that line, H7 will fall, and then we have 2 passers. So you play H5, GH, and then G5.
Great point. Touche. But what? Did he just blunder to the... Oh, no, he didn't. He wants him to take it so he can free up his rook. That's such a creative idea.
He's really calling Lev's bluff here. He's asking him whether he believes he can hold this with he's literally asking him, do you actually think you can hold this if my rook stays trapped? Because if you don't take F4 now, you'll never get another chance after King G3.
And I lost a similar endgame to Sam Shanklin at the US Championship. Exactly like this, like bishop and 4 versus bishop and 4. The hard thing about defending this, he does take, yes, it's a draw, but you've got all these little threats, weaknesses. Yep. Levana has to be precise, but I think he should be able to do it. This should not present any difficulties for him.
I kind of wish Fabi didn't go for that, so I could see if my idea of playing H5 and G5 was going to work. But
I feel like Fabi might have overestimated his chances and here now that he's freed up his rook.
Yeah, plus bishop C5 was such a strong move. It meets any King G3 with bishop D6. The new home for that bishop is no longer on B6. It's on E5, Orange is the new black, as they say. Great show, by the way.
I watched like half a season.
Kind of intense.
Yeah, I don't remember disliking it. It was just kind of meh for me. Okay, so bishop E7 stopping H4. Fabi forces the rook onto G7, I assume.
And then Fabi's going to run the king F3 and E4. Ooh. Oh,
and there it is. And there it is.
Okay, and if king F3, rook E3 check. So I think we're just going to get a draw. Who's up for blitz, huh? Did you come for blitz today, kids? Because you're about to get it.
I still think he's gonna take some. He's gonna give it the old college try in this position. Chances of a blunder are not 0 if Fabi plays his cards right. Rook A5 maybe and G5. Try to get this, shove this in. How about then rook E5?
Yeah, if the rooks come off the board, we're all heading to blitz. So you have to keep your only chance of some form of principle of 2 weaknesses where you sort of, you bluff 2 threats, because neither is a real threat. You bluff progress with the pawns on the king side. You bluff something on the light squares, maybe with the rook and bishop against the king. But this is there's nothing to it, Danya.
Yeah, I mean the bishop has too many safe squares where it defends all of the key pawns, and the rook can always join in from e7. Okay, but he's gonna go h4, and then he's gonna go h5, and that's gonna be the last chance. If Levon can deal with that, it's a draw. But Fabi has done a great job of at least testing him in that regard. This is quite scary, Danny, because there's like bishop f5 ideas with a pin, and if you move your king, then c7's undefended. I mean, 2 minutes on the clock. Levon is not that used to time pressure either.
Yeah.
But rook, here he goes.
I guess my only thinking is that the moment I trade on h5, I'm playing h6, I guess, and I kind of assumed my bishop. Even in a world where I lose c7, Danya, if my bishop's on e3, guarded by d4, and my pawn is on h6, Bueller.
But I'm not going to go h5. I'm going to go g5, and I'm going to fix your pawns on light squares.
But then if you ever play h5, I'll take g5, and if the king's on g4, I'll play rook f4 check. I'm saying I'm just putting the bishop on e3 and just don't care anymore. Honey Badger.
I like how we switched roles in the fortress position. I was saying white has chances, and you were saying it's a draw. Now, or sorry, other way around. I was saying it's a draw, and you were saying white has chances. Now you're saying it's a draw, and I'm saying white has chances.
Yeah, but I like Lev goes with my idea. Shout out to you, Levon Aronian. I think this is the right approach. Bishop on e3, rook on the f file. I don't care. You can win c7 even.
But can I win h7?
I mean,
bishop d5.
Don't get too big for your britches.
Okay, so rook, repeat
rook f4, rook back.
Bishop d5, and then rook h8 and bishop g8.
Bishop
That's
d5.
The one idea that I see.
Oh, rook h8, bishop g8. Mikey likes it.
I feel like Fabi is about to repeat, though. He's got a minute himself.
No.
Rook back to a6.
No, Fabi wants it.
He wants to torture Lev a little bit here. Bishop c6 check is annoying.
Okay, I like this rook h8, bishop g8 idea.
And first he's going to milk some time off of Levon's clock. Check on f4. He's going to come back to e3 on the next move. Probably pre-moved it. All right, Fabi's got to make some faster decisions here.
Now your move h5, and if takes, king h4.
Ooh.
I actually like that.
That was very interesting. Now,
H5,
I think he wants
h5 and then king h4. White.
That goes back. He wants h5, but why did he hesitate?
I think he should basically go back to what he had. And Levon recognizes that it actually is scary. He should have put the bishop and rook back where they were on e4 and a8 and do your h5 idea.
Yeah, he had a chance to do it when black's pieces were quite awkward.
Yeah.
Now Levon gets his king to g7, and then I feel like he should be home free. Although there's mating ideas with rook a8, rook g8.
I love that. Sorry. I don't know why. Yeah, a self-mate always gets a chuckle out of this guy, huh?
No, those are always really funny and very easy to fall for in time pressure. Okay, bishop back to e4.
A funny idea there, Danya, was to let Lev take e2 and then play bishop e4, because then when rook a8 check comes, king g7, you can kind of create it with no rook e8 blocking. Anyway,
right, you shut the door on the bishop. Back to a4 he goes. 30
now
seconds for Fabi, who's spending longer.
For h5. Yeah, you're missing your chances. Maybe he knows he always has it. This is where he's just showing that he's 1,000 times more mature than I am on the chessboard.
No, but he's taking a lot more time than Lev, which is ironic because he's the one with all of the torture attempts.
But I think he knows he has h5 whenever he wants it, and he's just. But I agree with you. You don't want to get under 10 seconds and then play h5, because then Levon will start playing for a win.
Right. Then you might blunder. Ooh.
Right.
Rook d5, trying to get him into Zugzwang, but Levon still has a piece called the king.
Will you say Zugzwang again? Say Zugzwang again.
Zugzwang?
Do it again.
Zugzwang? What is so funny about the way I say Zugzwang?
It's just so cute. Okay. Ooh, h5.
Ooh, Levon played, but now look at this pawn on g6. Look at that baby on g6 right there.
That's a target. That's a target.
That's a weakness. Levon now down to 20 seconds. I think he's getting a little nervous.
Yep, rook to d8
it's
now. Threatening
still
bishop
a draw.
d5.
Yes, rook d8's a great move.
Rook d8, threatening bishop d5. Do it.
Yeah, but it's no longer mate. The king now has the h7 square.
I know, but still, right? It's gonna really create some stress in Levon's life.
And the big issue for white, that pawn on h4 is now also a huge liability. So your scope with your king is limited.
Yeah.
Scope with your king is limited.
13 seconds to 10.
Rook d7, rook e7. So he always has that.
Yep.
I feel like
maybe that
score sheets.
I feel like both sides might have finally said they've had enough. No,
no, Fabi has not had enough.
Wrong again.
He wants to just get into the finals.
Does white ever play e3?
I was thinking about that just now. I mean, I don't think it does anything. I think he's repeating. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
wow.
It was good fun while it lasted, as they say.
Right. Now we're going to get the real fun 3+1 game to determine who goes into the finals.
For a game that ultimately ended with a lot of shuffle puck, right? A lot of talk and no action.
Right. That was underwhelming, I have to say.
It did entertain us along the way, though. I liked it. Yeah, interesting stuff.
That was Let's see some e4 action in the blitz
let's
game.
See it. Levon will take the white pieces now in the first tiebreaker. If you're just tuning in,
there we go.
We had one other match today go to a tiebreaker, and that was Grischuk versus Vidit Gujarati. So this is only our second match of the day that went to a blitz tiebreaker.
And the first one went to an Armageddon.
Yeah.
Which Grischuk
Will we have a double Armageddon?
That would be nuts. Now we have a bishop's opening right now, with f4 being one move. Now Levon, is he biting off a little more than he can chew? He was the one who started thinking here.
h3. That's fun.
Knight g2, stopping knight g4. h3 is an absolute must.
This is one of those fun, flexible lines. Okay, he just castles short, and I think he'll even play for f4. Yeah, you always highlight it faster than I can say it. Just kidding. I love it when you do that.
On the same wavelength.
Just kidding. I love it when you do that. Anyway, but King h1 is coming.
Yep.
Look at this move too.
I've seen this before. You basically like create this massive light square clamp.
Yeah.
b3. I mean, it's equal. It's equal.
Queen e2, rook to d1.
Yeah, I mean, white has a pretty easy game. I like this for blitz. Bishop e3 even is not out of the question, by the way. And it looks incredibly ugly, but opening up the F file is often also softening up d6. Both of those things are worth quite a lot.
Yeah,
I wouldn't rule it out.
And I think the other reason not to just put the queen on e2 is because the more I thought about it, I was saying the queen should go to f3. From here, you have other tactics like bishop takes h6 in the air. You have knight f5 in the air.
Rook d1 can be thrown in at any moment.
Yeah.
Such as now. And bishop h. Okay, so he goes queen e7, correct.
From a practical point of view, I feel like this is such a fun position for white to play.
Yeah, but with that comes like time expenditure, because when you've got a lot of ideas, black's play is super straightforward and boring. White's play requires a lot of time. Takes queen e6 now.
No, it's fair. And the clock was reflecting it. I thought you were about to say with great power comes great responsibility.
Well, I was about to say that too. Bishop d3, but wait, black can go g6 and then king h7 and then move the knight away and play f5. So black might be able to turn this back around on Levon.
Yeah. g6, king h7. I like that. Usually moving pawns in front of your king is not the best recipe for defense, but in this case, pushing, kind of cracking the whip, pushing the lions back, and he goes for it. Wow. Look at you. The prophet lives.
No, Caruana is just impressive. He seizes the opportunity. I think he can sense that he might be able to take over the initiative. Bishop e3 might be required to get rid of this thorn in white's side.
I don't think either one of these guys loves bullet. I think they both prefer blitz to bullet.
Yeah, bishop e3 played, and now Fabi with another decision. take c3. Does he support it with c5? c5, bishop c5. Ooh. We might get another draw here, Danny. If there's a trade on c5 and then a trade on d8, it's bullet time.
Yeah, Fabi does have a time advantage, and so I don't think he, just extends his hand and says draw just yet, but not that that's a proper way to offer a draw. That's not how you, sorry, go ahead.
Right. No. Knight d7 is interesting. Oh, okay.
He does it.
He wants that knight like on f4, d4 ideally, or he's still eyeing f5.
F5 would be such a spicy. Ooh, he takes in the.
Knight
he's
c5.
going to play knight c5, and the d6 pawn never has a chance to become weak.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. Okay. Levon thinking about what to capture with this. He falls to a minute on the clock.
Knight c5. That knight has plans, maybe even to go to d3 to try to trade. Is Fabi going to play f5? That would really
That's a big
reveal.
question. Or does he prepare it, maybe like move the king aside first? But then Levon could try to prevent it with rook f3. It's a cat and mouse game.
It's funny. b6 was obviously necessary there. Neither one of us was paying attention to the pawn on a5.
Oh yeah, no, I totally didn't see. I didn't understand why he played b6. Oh, he's supporting the knight on c5.
I know, then as soon as he played
idea.
it, I was like, oh yeah, the pawn was hanging. That's
okay. Fabi now taking. He's definitely thinking about f5. You can sense it.
I don't think he's going to play it though. I get the feeling he'll.
Maybe he'll fall for the sunk cost. Like he's already sunk so much time into it. He goes h5, so compromise move.
Yeah.
I think he was h4 and then maybe f5.
Okay. Get behind that.
He's on the offensive here. I feel like Levon's fingers are ever so slowly starting to slip away from the ledge. I'm getting that sense.
Yep.
40 seconds. Okay,
Queen
h4.
e2. Yeah, I like Rook. I like the way he played ultimately not to play f5 because I think it was the more proper approach for a win to let Levon stew in this position till he gets under 30 seconds. Let's not change the structure unnecessarily just yet. I like it.
I agree. Knight h2. Levon trying to find his own prospects for the knights.
Rook h5. He's going to play Queen e6. He's just,
I do.
This is where if Levon had more time on the clock, he'd do one of his patented kind of like Levon stretches where he lifts his arm up and like pulls his shirt down, and try to get settled in. But
I totally know what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay, rook back to e2. And Fabi also might be thinking at some point about, but now his knight is coming to f4 and he's starting to assemble. Oh, but wait, don't sleep on that b6 pawn. He's like, nope, right back to where I came from.
Got to go right back.
Okay, so will this be another can make progress situation? Some sort of weird repetition was tripping me out.
Yeah, if we get a draw by accident again, that'd be hilarious. Levon almost cost himself chances to play in the knockout with an accidental draw yesterday.
Right, goes f3, solidifying e4. And preparing rook e2 to d2, and all of a sudden Fabi's pawns become tender. Ooh.
Yeah, the d6 pawn is weak. The main thing he has going for him is that knight is so out of play, but Levon's going to try to fix that. Ooh. Wow.
But these pawns, look at these pawns. They have to be supported by the king. He's just in time. Just in time. I feel like this is going to be another draw.
My gosh.
Unless something crazy happens.
20 seconds for Caruana. 25 seconds for Levon. King g5. I think you're right. With the king cut off on the e file, I don't know that either side has anything here.
Yeah, they're just moving back and forth. Literal total standoff. c3 b4 is the only thing I see for either side. But
yeah.
No. Oh, okay. Here comes Levon. Now it's his turn.
Okay, he's
to
pushing.
test his opponent.
you don't want to take that pawn and allow the B and A majority, right? If you trade on B4, white has A5. But if you don't, here comes C5. You're uh-oh.
Ooh, I don't know about that. Now, rook A7, and he's very accurate calculation. Rook D6, they both take each other's pawns, but rook A2, he keeps pieces on the board.
Yep, Levon wants it.
A5, and now he's got a passer. Don't sign the score sheets yet. Rook A5, maybe? No, he goes to pawn.
That D6 pawn is such a nuisance.
Ooh, now he allows A6. Uh-oh, D5 maybe?
Oh, D5.
Wait a minute.
Wants to simplify it all. What's going on? Is it C5?
It is C5.
C5,
he plays
and then the rook goes to B3. Oh my gosh.
He's making inroads. He's making serious inroads.
Dude, and he found that with no time on his clock.
Oh
Here
my
comes
God.
rook B3.
Why? He mouse slipped. He mouse slipped.
No, a mouse slip to E4.
But what did he want to do?
Oh my gosh.
I don't know what he even wanted. Rook E3 doesn't make any sense either. Oh, my lands.
It makes no sense.
Fabi just lost his mind there, but it was already really bad. But Levon with a gutsy call to play B4, squeezing literally water from a stone. I was sure they would repeat. I think Fabi was as well. He wasn't sort of psychologically ready for that.
I agree. I mean, you got to give Levon credit. Obviously, a mouse slip is the very definition of self-inflicted wounds when it comes to online chess.
Right.
But I mean, if we go to this position after C5, the threat of rook B3 and both rook B6 and rook B7 are super tough to contend with.
Yes. No,
maybe he grabbed his rook Danya and then meant to put it back on the original square or something and just mouse slipped it.
Yeah, we know that you can mouse slip any move, right? It doesn't mean you're going to play the move that's close to it. But whatever it is, it's not a fluke that he mouse slipped at this moment. He was panicking.
Yeah.
And he had good reason to panic. Black is already in trouble. And Levon makes his way to the final. He plays Grischuk.
Wow. Grischuk, Aronian. It's so funny because when you start these knockouts, you never know what you're going to get, right? But when you have a who's list of the strongest super grandmasters in the world, you're spoiled for choices, right? If we had this final versus any other final, we'd be pretty pumped to be here. I can't wait to see what goes down between Grischuk and Aronian. But you're going to have to wait for a break.
Yep. Sad.
I mean,
King
Wait
G4.
a
or something.
moment. Knight back to F1. Amazing. Oh my God, you have to.
Oh, stalemate!
He should have made a bishop. He could have flagged him with a bishop.
Oh my gosh.
Does David Anton? Oh, David Anton is slightly worse timings. Fedoseev still qualified.
Wait, no.
He didn't.
No, he didn't. And David Anton qualifies. The stalemate gets him through.
This is unreal.
Oh my gosh.
He surpasses Fedoseev, poor Vladimir, by less than one tiebreak point. And
Oh my
probably had
goodness.
Auto Queen on. Kovalyov is cursed in this tournament.
Yeah, he got checkmated by Anish Giri in an unlosable position.
But how do you draw this endgame? Oh my gosh. How is this even possible?
The Women's Speed Chess Championship returns once again. Working in partnership with FIDE, we bring you the richest women's SCC ever. We're super pumped about it. As players confirm their participation, invites have been sent out. Look for news and updates on that event. Chess.com/news, all the different places we cover. We cover all of our own events, like right here on our broadcast and chess.com/events. A lot of places. Any Hooters, let's dive in to the bracket. We've got Grischuk versus Aronian. Both of those guys made it through quite difficult opponents to get here. Hard to even rank whose path was trickier, but I think I'd have to give it to Grischuk right now, given that he survived an Armageddon battle and then took down the one and only Hikaru. He took down Hikaru and Nakamura in one game.
That's actually probably one of the hardest RCC paths overall. And considering, you called it yesterday, his toughest challenge may have been the 10+0, because I can assure you that this 2-second increment for Grischuk today has been paradise. He has been living in paradise compared to yesterday.
Yep. No, and I appreciate you saying that. Obviously, we both make good calls, but I said dark horse pick. Look out for Grischuk. When he gets into these knockouts, it's a very different animal than the 10-0 he faces, where he can really struggle with his time management. I mean, he knows that, and everyone does. So I think if you put Grischuk in these knockouts consistently, I know he lost to Hikaru the last weekend, but I think Grischuk is really hard to deal with any increment on the clock here. And as we see, he's in the final against LeBron today.
And he's totally in the zone today. I mean, you could tell from his game against Hikaru was just so smooth, and he found correct moves, at least good moves, in every critical moment, which I think is a good way to indicate good form. And here we go. Grischuk with the white pieces. It's all on the line. And another English. We've had quite a few of them
English
today.
Yeah. C4, knight C3. Will we get a traditional transposition to a Nimzo?
Maybe, or E4.
Maybe.
E4 is the more traditional English approach.
Maybe.
Grischuk's deciding in right now.
Nimzo.
English. Okay, it's, I think, time for Sasha to...
Grischuk is just trying to give us enough time to activate a poll in Twitch chat. Hurry, go. Will it be
right.
D4 or E4?
D4, you got it.
Oh,
you got
man,
what you asked
so
for.
funny.
Another Nimzo. And will he go E3 again? I mean, he hasn't gone E3 yet, but I mean...
E3 and A3 seems to be in vogue once more, right? It's a variation or a move order. A3, the Zamish Nimzo, hasn't been, popular in a very long time, since the early 90s,
Ever.
really. I mean,
it was never like that popular.
Yeah.
But yeah, F3, E3, and A3 are now popular because they all have the potential to transpose into each other. He goes knight F3, so he plays the sort of
Rubinstein. Oh, and we transpose. Okay, funnily
How many
enough.
transpositions have we had? We had the weirdest Rogozin ever in English that transposes to a Nimzo that transposes into a Rogozin.
Seriously, that's not on the top of everyone's list. Most common transpositions. He doesn't play the Queen A4 check line that we talked about. Jeffrey Zhang played against Noterbeck in the last round of the Swiss yesterday. And
this is, I think not a lot of people know, this is also called the Vienna variation. And there is a forced draw here. If bishop f6 happens, there's a forced draw here that white can go for. Otherwise, it's an incredibly sharp position, which I've only made the mistake of playing once with the black pieces.
If I had to guess, Grischuk is going to use more time than he probably should, ultimately decide to go for the more complex line, not the forced draw, get a winning position only to lose it in time pressure.
Wow. I watched every single prediction go true. Bishop d2, queen c5. Ooh, that looked like a fork right there, but
he did decide first prediction is true. He didn't go for bishop takes f6, goes for the super complex middle game. It's rook c1 here, right? Or is it?
I have no clue. I'm so at a loss. Castles maybe.
Yeah, you can castle because bishop c3, you can take d7 first, but I think rook c1 is the sharpest theoretical.
All right.
Oh man, you don't exaggerate Kasparov's idiosyncrasies enough in your impersonation. Can I give you that constructive feedback? I just gave it to you. You don't exaggerate his little things enough. They bring it all to life even more.
What do you mean, little things like in his speech or in his mannerisms?
Both. I think that because you have it so nailed that I think that even more unnecessary kind of like anecdotes and
and Corporal, in Seville, 1984, he told me that they had been quite against me, and it's honestly it made me very, very angry, and that's when I decided to quit chess.
All right, queen e2,
Okay.
Rekarovka. We've got I
So
still
if
think
white
rook c1 castles. Now, the second prediction was that he would use an unnecessary amount of time, get a winning position, only to lose in time pressure. So
who decides what's unnecessary?
well, this particular use of time, I believe, is starting to border on that.
Yeah, but you have skin in the game.
Yeah, it's true. I'm no longer a biased predicting party.
That's right. So maybe the judging should go to the impartial.
Yeah, but you can't give Chad.
commentator.
Chad is partial against me. The other way, we all know that.
That is also true.
So
maybe it should go to me as a compromise.
okay, you decide, and I would argue you already have to favor me. I was saying rook c1 a minute and a half ago, not because it wasn't a lot to think about, but because he knows these positions. He's doing the Grischuk thing. He's thinking about it when he doesn't need to. That's what he's doing. I'm telling you.
I would pay a non-trivial amount of money to be a fly on the wall in like Grischuk's brain when he's has those like 50-minute things in tournaments.
Yeah.
I would love to just monitor every thought that goes through his mind just once.
Yeah. No, and I'm telling you, I don't think there's no he's not singing, pop songs in his head, right? I think he is way deep, right? Inappropriately deep in his calculations.
Right. Knight c6 by Love, who still has over 9 minutes.
Okay.
And wow, he made a move quickly.
I like white's chances. I also like the idea of even just like king h1, slide the bishop back to d3, play f4. Oh, man. Oh, man.
No, I don't know why Levon went for this so eagerly. And this just looks like a really nasty position. Bad bishop. Queen is awkward. Okay, maybe he wants bishop d7 to e8, opening up the d file, but none of this really changes the tenor of the position. Know what I'm saying?
Agreed, Town.
Population Levon-Aronian. Okay, but concretely, king h. How should white start the attack? King h1, or can you play f4 straight away?
Yeah, I was just calculating. I kind of want to play f4 right away, and even though prophylaxis tells me I should play king h1, I don't have a concrete reason.
Well, actually, the concrete reason might be
queen b6 and knight d4.
Well, no, I was trying to combine three different
the
things.
Bishop's guarded, right? Because my queen's on e2.
No, but I was going to take on e4. I was going to do something like this.
Ah.
It doesn't work in either case.
Oh.
You saw that you were just testing my tactical.
Of course, vision. I'm always be testing.
Okay, you win. He has spent an unnecessary amount of time.
Okay, So far, 2 predictions in the books for Dan. He'll get in a time scramble. I'm not rooting for Levon necessarily. I'm just, predicting. And I think that all things considered, I actually think Grischuk has had a very tough road and really earned what could be an RCC victory this weekend if he does so. But
well, I want to see a time scramble.
A3 is weird.
Okay, well, what is the idea? He wants the bishop to commit. I think he's gearing up for f4, but on the other hand, now the knight has lost its defender, which means that queen b6 could potentially be quite unpleasant.
Yeah.
Down to 5 minutes.
Here he goes.
I would still go king h1. Okay, bishop e3, stopping all queen b6 related ideas.
Right. He wants black to waste the tempo on a6, then he'll bring the bishop back to d3.
And that would weaken the b6 square, which maybe later could contribute to some ideas like this. Yeah, I mean, white's got a fairly comfortable position here.
It's funny because it's a position where the structure is completely symmetrical, really. I mean, but white's position is so much more comfortable to play. Black's piece is very cramped.
Yeah, I meant to say very rather than fairly.
Fairly?
Fairly.
They're very fairly.
This is fairly very. Yeah, I don't really see a move for Lev. I don't see anything enticing. Maybe rook a8 and queen b8. He does go a6, so he bites.
Bishop d3 quickly responded to with bishop e8, but I don't care. f4.
It's at some point he's going to have to pull the trigger, because if you never do it, then black is going to keep improving and improving, and eventually it's going to be too late. Rook a8, queen b8, and then knight e5. Okay,
this is also a very strong move too, just to add clarity tactically. The bishop is a little tender on d3 to any sort of, so this is a mature move. You have f4 and e5 coming. You won't have to stress about the bishop anymore.
Yeah, it's prepare slowly, attack fast, as my coach used to say. He's making all the little preparatory moves that are gonna come in handy when things explode.
Yep. No, it's true, and I like the way you said that. Actually, those are the differences, I think, in terms of sometimes defining whether it was a successful attack or not, was just getting all your ducks in a row, as they say.
Well, it's one of the most difficult, I think, aspects of chess is preparing attacks. It's not often talked about. What are the bishop b1? All these moves he's just made are very purposeful, but they're not easy to make. But now he keeps, I think, redeciding whether to play f4, and it keeps taking time off of his clock.
And I think I was asking myself, why is it? It must be because he thinks black's response is e5, I think. And he's trying to evaluate the dynamics of that. Because the moment e5 comes in, now you have a new set of features. You have d5 as a post, right? You have the potential. Do I play f5 here? Do I leave the tension? The bishop on b1 is blocked. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is so complex. You could spend 45 minutes on that and still get nowhere.
So it almost makes you wonder. Don't fall out of your chair. It makes me wonder if I can get as jiggy as g4 first before f4. Come on, don't get crazy on me.
You just made me fall out of my chair. Are you trying to injure me?
No.
I see. Do you have an agenda? So g4. Yeah, no, I get it. G4, G5, and then maybe f4.
That's the. If this was a traditional Scheveningen Sicilian, right? You wouldn't have a pawn on e6. Ooh, he plays f3.
I think he's going pure positional approach. Queen f2, bishop b6.
Okay.
Which I can understand given the time.
Probably objectively, he should have just gone f4, and there's a reason he kept coming back to it, and he lost a lot of time in the process of debating it. But if you weren't going to, this plan is probably better than my g4. Okay, I'll admit it. My g4 might have been a little reckless.
And it's kind of a sunk cost. And Levon with bishop d6. Ooh, an exchange sacrifice. Look at those dark squares. Levon played that instantly, too.
I love that move.
That is such a Levon move.
Dude, and that was something that Levon spotted when he played queen b8 for sure. This whole idea that he was going to be able to block bishop b6. That is just...
He's a genius.
They say he's a trickster in some ways, and Levon is obviously a very strong player, a member of the 2800 club for a reason, but he is also like that. He's very tricky at times, and that is a game changer right there.
He's tricky. He's up 4 minutes. He's in phenomenal form right now. And the problem is just that if white gives up the dark squared bishop, all these squares, all of this is going to start crumbling just a little bit. The king is going to be unsafe. Ugh. Bishop drops back to e3. Nothing else to do.
Yep.
And now Levon 4 minutes up. Clock 95.
4 minutes up on the clock. No longer dealing with the issues he was. You could even play e5 yourself voluntarily. You don't want to because bishop g5 comes, and then d5 I think is a problem. But maybe you're right. Maybe e5 and knight d4 is enough of a threat here that Levon will go for it.
You could also try to put the knight on c4. Eventually playing a Sicilian type move like b7, b5, maybe even now.
Oh,
okay,
man.
I mean, he's got choices.
I'm just so impressed. I get the feels when I see someone do a good thing like that. Like when Levon played that queen b8, bishop d6, the tempo of the exchange sack, it's sassy, it's sexy, it's all of the above. I love it.
At the same time, Grischuk is still very solid. I think that the advantage should not be overestimated unless black can get a very quick attack going on the queen side.
Yeah, but I mean, the time advantage now.
So he goes for 95.
Goes for 95. You're right. That wasn't maybe the cleanest there, but I feel like the time combined with how murky the position still is, you just really tip your hat to Levon.
Bishop b6 is, obvious, but Grischuk has planned b2, b4, securing the knight on c5. That's actually kind of an ingenious idea to try to shore up the queen side. Bishop
and
d6.
Plus, you can never play b6 as black as a6 falls. So I agree. Yeah, I like this b4 move, and that it's not a traditional outposted piece on c5 because of the threat of b6, but you can't play b6 because of a6.
Ooh,
so
apparently that was not good.
f4.
Is it because of f4?
It's got to be f4. Just screaming my name here.
Sasha.
Oh no, he doesn't do it. Wait, what?
Knight c5 and bishop b5. Oh, and
he just blundered it.
An exchange. You called it. It's the clock.
Oh,
it put the pressure on him to play fast, and you'll see. Oh my goodness, the skewer against the rook, and it's literally just over. And Sasha had a chance to retake the initiative.
Yeah, f4 was one move, and it's a nearly 6-point swing in the eval. If you play f4, white is +1. With this blunder, you're losing everything.
It's one of those things where it's sort of sunk, like you have invested all this time, decided not to play f4, right? And it's like you just, I'm never going to play it. You tell yourself it's never an option rather than reconsidering it every turn. And it's over. Yep. He's going to take f1. He's going to take d6. Black is up a gazillion pieces and pawns. Grischuk might resign here. Unbelievable. 27 moves.
Turns out that whoever that YouTube user was that I argued with, Extra Cheese something, said that Levon was in the best form today. Turns out he was maybe right. So
Levon is in fantastic form.
That's a fun move. If you took f1, he was going to take e5.
I mean, at least that should have been calculated. But Levon, he's going for the practical move, and knight c4 is coming as well. Ooh.
Yeah, he was ready. He was ready for it.
Yep.
If the rook leaves f1, f3 hangs with check. That looks like it's what we're going to get.
Sasha doing his best. Rook c1. Somehow maintained his exchange. If he can make knight takes f3 work, he'll definitely play it, because that's a juicy morsel.
Yeah, take it with check.
Plenty of time.
But wait, what's... I mean, you have queen f8 in the end, so I'm wondering why you don't just take c1, then take f3.
Rook c6, cold-blooded. Oh, Danny, if he takes it, queen d1 and queen f1 is mate.
Oh my gosh, what a move.
He's just pulling these out in every position. Just bang, bang, like one after another.
Levon is on form today. Levon is on form.
Bishop
extra
F4,
cheese,
Queen D4.
extra
I mean,
cheese
come on.
project. I could go for some extra cheese, maybe a 3-cheese adventure later on today, me and a pizza. But
Jesus.
extra cheese, you were right.
I don't see this happening for Sasha. I mean, his king is too weak. He's down a pawn.
That
There's
move with
threats on
C6
all
was
sides of the
just
board.
like,
Laying down the wood. I mean, jeez. Come on. This is King G2. Good move. Grischuk not dying with a whimper.
No.
He's trying his best.
but I keep wondering if knight C4 comes. Okay, now you have to play queen F2. Isn't A3 just falling? I think that's, yeah.
Yes, sir. It is. And then the rook might be falling after that. Yeah, Queen
Yeah.
A3 is curtains.
Queen A3 first. Renew the threat of taking E3. What a game. What a day for Mr. Aronian.
Just impressive. I mean,
Yeah.
after, I mean, he's made the finals before he lost to Hikaru, but this time a worthy path as he crushed on Draken. Let's not forget, he put on Draken down with the black pieces.
Yep. And he wins again with black here. He also beat Fabiano, although ultimately it took the blitz tiebreaker with white, so not exactly fair. But as far as another player making it all the way through the gauntlet in rapid chess with the black pieces, Levon Aronian is one of those guys. And let's not forget how meaningful this is to the Grand Prix standings too. Levon is one of those guys right behind Nakamura and Caruana, right? I mean, so this is amazing chess. Not over yet, even though there's only 12 seconds for Grischuk. We won't just call it. There is a back rank checkmate in the air.
Yeah, don't take the queen.
Oh, but yeah.
Levon, Queen eighth. No, Queen eighth doesn't work. Grischuk trying.
Look at this.
Grischuk,
All right,
Sasha, let's wait until the game ends. I've done a lot of talking the last 2 days. Sorry, my voice is going.
I love that. Nobody's going to play H5, Queen E4.
And
If you play G6, he'll then play H6, get a little back rank tickle,
If Levon was himself down in 10 seconds, I would be worried. But as it stands, he's got plenty of time.
No, you're right. It's funny if the clocks were switched, despite the 2-point advantage and the +5 according to the eval.
I might take white.
Yeah, it's funny, but 3 minutes means that we think Lev is going to figure this one out.
H5 is a nice move, just stopping the progression of white's pawn, creating more space for the king. Rook D6. Grischuk finding every little annoying moves to keep it going. Okay, 6 seconds. Levon's taking like 30 seconds per move too.
Yeah. Okay, once.
Bishop D5. I think Levon wants to put his bishop here just to secure everything.
And then push the A-pawn.
Don't go.
It's funny, if you could play A5 and A4 now, what is white's next move?
I'm trying to puzzle that out. Queen F4, I just think he didn't know what else to do.
Yeah, I mean, he had 2 seconds, but I think A5 and A4 is A5, A4. I can't see anything white does. You put rook A8. I mean, yeah, he goes for it. I think that actually was the cleanest path.
Move first, think later. I just push A4 and G4. Clearly, Sasha wants G4. Takes, but it's so slow, and then eventually the H pawn will be free to move again. Rook
He goes for it though.
Looks like it wins, but maybe not as convincingly as he would like. Dang, Levon quietly down to less than 2 minutes. In the meantime, as we've been talking. He needs to find the win in the next minute, or else it's going to get concerning.
Yeah.
Yeah, admirable effort by Grischuk, no question about it. But we expect nothing less. C3,
nice.
Bishop D4, I guess. I thought Bishop D4 and it's not over.
Yeah, but that's irritating for Grischuk, I think, to lose the bishop. You still got to watch out for awkward stuff on the back rank.
Nice pre-move there. Bought him a little bit more time. Levon down to 1.5 minutes. But he's apportioning his time well.
Grischuk doesn't believe in the linear concepts of time. Probably any linear concepts, time being one of them.
I don't think Grischuk believes in time, period.
it's
linear
an
or
illusion,
non-linear. Right? 1 minute for Lev. He might be getting a little nervous. Let's not forget, Levon knows what's on the line. He knows there's quite a bit of cash that's on the line as well. 4,000, I think.
Yeah, difference between first and second is not insignificant.
Not at all.
I like this move because he both prophylactically guards the back rank and prepares rook a8 to just push him, baby.
And I think that he should find a configuration where the queen guards the
I was just going to say that rook a8, queen f8, and then you can't, there is no harm, and you just push the a pawn.
And you don't care about the b pawn. All you need is one.
Don't even care. Yeah, this
all
is
I need is
really
rook b2, rook a2. It's not over yet. Rook b2, rook a2. Oh, rook a7.
7.
Oh, very ingenious. But what if Lev just goes a3 anyway?
Yeah, a3
no,
and
rook
then
a7
a2.
was rook a7 is not going to cut it.
I think rook c2, rook a2 was moved. Now a2.
Yeah, just push.
Let's push.
I guess after a2, what is the threat, Danny? I guess queen b8 is the threat.
Okay, that's funny, actually. Yeah. He plays queen b8
straight
first.
away. Rook a4, a2. Oh, he's going to take snag up
E5 with
e5.
check. Now, Levon already messed up one queen and pawn ending, allowing a sneaky perpetual repetition of moves. I don't think he's going to do that this time, but...
No. Yeah, he makes sure that there shall be no perpetual.
There shall be no sneakiness. Queen c3.
Grischuk is every little try.
Queen d4, same thing, but queen c3, queen d4. Here it comes. Grischuk throws in the towel, and Levon Aronian is this weekend's rapid chess champion. Boy, did he put a show on for us today. It was great.
A fist bump by the man of the hour, the man of 4 hours. Levon was in tremendous form. And this game, it wasn't all smooth. I mean, Grischuk seemed to have a good position, but Levon, the ideas that he found, Danny, you kind of called it, that the exchange sack and the speed with which he found the skewer, that just tells you all you need to know about Levon's form today.
Yep. Yeah, and especially because he played it so quickly, it was not a he didn't stumble into that resourceful idea. He was ahead of the game on that. Playing checkers out there was everyone else. Levon was playing chess. Look at that unnecessary reference.
That's very necessary.
Well, Levon Aronian is our champion. He takes home this weekend's Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. I believe we'll be able to catch up with our winner on the other side of the break. Levon, always a great interview. I saw some people cheering for a Grischuk interview, which is true. Sasha is an amazing conversation, but Levon equally as much in my mind. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take our last break. When we return, we will be joined by today's victorious champion to wrap things up on this Easter Sunday. We are now joined by today's victorious champion, Grandmaster Levon Aronian. Lev, first of all, happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
And I saw you you tweeted something that looked delicious. And now that I'm super hungry after this 4.5-hour broadcast, I'm gonna join you. So was that like a breakfast spread? Did you do like brunch for Easter? What was that?
No, it's actually my Ponchik. My dog is in Yerevan and he's celebrating Easter. I still haven't brought him here to St. Louis. So, he sent me this picture. Sent his congratulations. So,
well, you stole my thunder. Then my next question was going to be, can we get a view of the Ponchmeister and his new digs in St. Louis? But I guess not yet. When is he joining you?
We don't know yet because we're traveling so much this year. So unless Fabi agrees to babysit him or Lanier.
I think Fabi probably has enough time on his hands to do that. All right, John, do we want to get into some chess questions to Lev? Lev, you played some phenomenal chess today. It was a one-sided Nimzo affair, the black piece against Andreykin. Then you held back your good buddy in Fabiano, and then really put on a show here in this last game. So were you feeling good today? Your form was feeling good?
Well, since yesterday was so turbulent, I was thinking that things cannot get worse, so I was very relaxed, and it paid off.
How surprised were you, Lev, at Dimitri's opening? And was there a specific point across your 3 games that you just sort of realized that today is your day?
I was very surprised with his F4. I thought that, it's a very committing move. It's not too typical of Andreykin because he's a very good player, but he normally, he only commits when the time is right. And this is too early, I thought. And after I won that game, I felt that, it's good. That I think I didn't blunder anything, so I was pretty happy with that. And against Fabiano, the first game I blundered something. I allowed this b3, and then I think I defended well. And in the second game, it's a strange game because I think I was just maneuvering aimlessly, but then somehow I managed to trick him into this endgame. I thought he would think that d5 is drawing and that the c5 and the position looks very difficult.
Well, you mentioned both critical moments we ended up looking at. I mean, this f4 move, we were applauding your d5 response to Andreykin, and then, like you said, this c5 move and the trap you laid for your friend. You and Fabi, it's no secret you guys are good buddies. You guys work together. Is there anything more extra on the line? Do you enjoy the post-game trash talk with Fabi at all when you guys throw down in these kind of events?
Okay, so yesterday we went for a joke with Fabi, and I made him do some sprints, something I really enjoyed. And I think it got him really tired because he's not used to running. I mean, he's much more agile, much more physically prepared than I am, but the running is my forte. And then at some point after the run, he said, I don't know how I'm going to play tomorrow. So this was, you see, the preparation starts the day before. So
I love that.
I
didn't want to reveal TMI, but actually Fabi told me about the sprints thing and that you love sprints, and that was funny. I actually sent a picture of you guys, so that's funny. The preparation starts the day before. I'm going to make a note of that in case I ever play a chess game that matters again in my life. Danya, what other questions do we have for Mr. Aronian before we?
I just had one last question, Levon. In terms of comparing Saturday and Sunday, do you feel like the experience is different? Do you feel like one of these days was harder psychologically, such as sort of the need to make it to the top 8, or do you treat it kind of exactly the same?
I think Saturday is definitely much tougher because there is all this pressure, and you play a lot of guys who really want to play well.
Yeah.
And, a lot of blunders happen because of that, I think, because people don't know, also in the last round, you see a lot of guys made short draws thinking they would qualify. which benefited me greatly. Yeah, and so I think once you qualify to top 8, I think anybody can win.
Yeah.
But qualifying to this top 8 is very difficult. So,
hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order before we return back to the broadcast. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order for the broadcast to return. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. You told me that along with telling me about the variant you invented. We should talk a little bit about that. Like, what can we do to bring that thing to life? Have you played it with anybody, OTB, yet? Your new variant?
I played with Fabi.
Yeah? Danya, do you know this variant that Levon invented in a dream, by the way, if I'm allowed to share that?
I've heard of it. Yeah. I saw the original tweet.
Anyway, man, good to catch up. I don't even know if we're still live. Matt, are you there? Oh, hey, we're back live. Look at that. Never mind. We'll let you go, Lev. Thank you so much, man, and congratulations. I know it's like you said, Saturday is a gauntlet of an affair for every player in it, no matter how good they are. But it's always amazing to us to see how consistent you guys can be. Regularly punching your ticket for Sunday is a joy to watch. So
thank you very much.
Congratulations.
And I have one last question to you guys.
Yeah.
You have Daniel and you have Danny. When is Dan coming on board?
We need a Dan, is that what you're saying?
Yes. To completely have the circle.
I know. The older I get, though, more and more people are calling me Dan. Like, I'm not asking for it. People say Dan. Like, is that like a thing that happens as you get older? I don't know.
You start off with Danny and then Daniel and then Dan.
Anyway, Lev, you're awesome, man. Enjoy your afternoon in St. Louis, and congratulations again.
Happy Christmas, guys. Happy Passover.
See ya.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Well, and there you have it. As we said, it was a tough bracket, but Aronian makes it through and ultimately takes the top prize in this weekend's RCC. It really is impressive. I know, obviously, these interviews are fun, and we have nothing but kind things to say to these guys. But even when they're not here, I'll just say again, like, it's impressive when you see a consistent few names in the bracket on Sunday, right, Danya? Obviously, you see a lot of fresh faces too, but Caruana, Nakamura, and Levon Aronian, as we bring up the Grand Prix standings, are there all the time.
Yeah, and this week was huge for Levon. We've indicated that the RCC is entering its sort of halfway phase, and the importance of consistency. It doesn't decrease, it increases. So we'll see how, the players in the peloton, Jospin, Jeffrey Zhang, who definitely wants to have today back and will be rearing to go next Saturday. We will see if those players have what it takes to catch or at least make contact with these monsters at the top.
Yeah. Well, and remember, one advantage they have, it's fun to talk about while we're here, we might as well. One advantage the players like Jeffrey Zhang, if we bring it back up, or let's say some of the other players on the bubble have, is that, Levon and Hikaru and Caruana, they have more tournaments on their agenda, right? They have invites that are a little bit of a higher level, and that's of course not disparaging the players, but they're the biggest names in the game, right? So whether it's getting invited to other online tours like the Champions Chess Tour or the Candidates or whatever, I think that the reason we designed this event to have so many weekends was we knew that consistency would pay off and really let people enjoy the grind of the event. So I think that there's going to be a lot of time where some of those other names are playing in other events and aren't in this one, and that'll be fun to see how the standings shake out there. So just wanted to say that. I think it'll be fun to see.
I agree. It always is.
Anyway, well, this has been awesome. Danya, thanks for letting me crash your party as Chess.com's lead commentator, a job I used to have that we upgraded the job. We went from IM to GM, from Danny to Danya, from gray to blue. Like, you're just an upgrade in every way. Can I just say that?
Well, I'm deeply touched, and you're always welcome at the commentary pad.
Appreciate
Guest
that.
of honor.
And we're gonna We're going to be working together again pretty soon, jokes aside. And I will see everybody on Thursday, the stateofchess.com coming up. And some major announcements you're going to want to tune in for. Some huge things affecting our entire community. I'm not joking, and we hope you tune in then, throw it on in your background, whether you're at work or whatever. You know, if you don't have a job, then you can also throw it on. I don't know where this is going. So let's talk about the JSCC, because that's when you'll see me next. You will see Danya next tomorrow. Pragnananda and you.
Oof, amazing matchup.
Going to be a lot of fun. The 8 and 9 seeds right there in the middle.
Best way to kick off your Monday morning. I mean, just an epic match coming up tomorrow.
We follow that on Tuesday with Nihal Sarin versus Aranyak Ghosh, and then we will have the Title Tuesdays that follow that event. You know, obviously now Title Tuesdays are double for those of you who have been under a rock for the last couple of months. You have one at 8 a.m. Pacific, and then another one to follow in the afternoon. So all kinds of chess on Tuesday. Danya,
Danny. It's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure.
Let's do this again sometime.
Let's do this again sometime.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Okay, bye everybody.